Good evening. We're going to open the meeting. Okay, roll call.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Mrs. Belomo?
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Here.
Mr. Hyatt?
Here.
Mr. Alonsky?
Here.
Mrs. McCormack?
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz? Mr. Petruno?
Here.
Mrs. Seward?
Here.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Here. I'll draw your attention to, but I won't read in full, Sunshine Law, Statement of Videotaping of Public Portion of Board of Education Meetings, Public Comments Statement, No Smoking or Vaping on School Grounds. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Student recognition.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Before we get to student recognition, I would like to share that this year, for the first time, first of all, welcome to the month of respect. It's our character pillar of the month. And we decided as a board and a district that we would recognize both students and staff throughout this year for their acts of respect. So there are nominations that take place, and we will be recognizing them on a monthly basis at our regular Board of Education meetings. So for the first staff recognition, respect recognition, this is a person actually works over at the board office with us, intakes every single employee into the school district, and was nominated this past month for her kindness and her acts of respect in taking in all of our district employees. So I would like to welcome up here to get her certificate, Mrs. Diana Lobrace.
Thank you, Mrs. Labrace, for all of your dedication and commitment to the district. We appreciate you, and I know Mr. Balone was really excited to give that to you, so we're really grateful for your time here. Thank you so much. Okay, student recognition.
Okay, now on to student recognition and respect certificates for our students. We have students here from Frank DeFino Central Elementary School, and I saw Dr. Stradek in the crowd there. So Dr. Stradek, would you like to come up and share this month's students with us? And Mrs. K is here as well. Thank you, Mrs. K.
Oh,
And Mrs. Nichols.
is this on? Oh, there we go. Okay. Good evening, board members, administrators, students, and parents. Tonight, we will hear a couple of songs from our DeFino chorus, as well as recognize some DeFino students who were chosen by their teachers as representatives for our October character pillar of respect. We're going to start with our chorus, led by our music teacher, Ms. Krowicki.
I just wanted to take a moment to say hello. My name is Miss Krowicki, the general music teacher at Defino. Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Stratic. This is our 5th grade choir. I am so proud of them. Dr. Stratic approached me with this idea of the choir performing like the first or second week of school, and I was like, I don't know if that's possible. We rehearse once a week for 20 minutes. So I think we've had maybe a little over an hour of instruction time together, and that's just to build our choir community and start learning these pieces. So I feel like we made the impossible possible, and that's because these students are just so kind and so respectful and so hardworking, and they really work together well as a team. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm so proud. And this is just the beginning of the year. It's October, so we've a lot ahead of us to look forward to. Our next song, that was Humble and Kind by Tim McGraw, and our next song is a classic, Respect, made famous by Aretha Franklin.
What you want? Yeah, we got it. What you need? You know we got it. All I'm asking is for a little respect in our school. Oh yeah, at Defino. Respect. We're gonna show the kindness in our school. We're gonna show respect to each other. All I'm asking is for a little respect in our school. Oh yeah, at Defino. Respect. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. In our community. Sockety, 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 sockety. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Respect. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Here in our community.
Great job, guys. That was incredible. Now we're going to share a brief video with you that highlights some of the great things we had during our Week of Respect.
At Defino Central, we know we have the recipe for respect. First, we add in some respectful and kind students. Each member of our Defino community is important and valued. We know that working together collaboratively and respectfully is the recipe for success. Next, we add in our caring and helpful staff members. Then, we sprinkle in some fun spirit days to bring the school together. Then, we infuse opportunities for students to learn about the character pillar of respect, such as read-alouds and class discussions. Finally, we put our new character education skills to work. Our students did a great job working on recipe cards with their special ingredients drawn or written down to show they know what ingredients create the perfect recipe for respect.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to invite up Mrs. Nichols to recognize our Character Pillar winners for October for the Character Pillar of Respect, and Mrs. K.
Could we have all the students for the respect certificates please come up? All right, Zane Abuela. Good job, Zane. Great job. Mehdi Ali. You may not be here. Brielle Baum. Oh, we can bring it to you. Don't rush. Do you want me to hold it for you?
I'll walk it over.
Maxwell Carl. Awesome. Angelica Castro. Penelope Castro. You're not going to believe this. Valentina Castro. Ava Cook. Krishika Dinesh. Sofia Enriquez. Ariana Gargaro. Minna Jaffrey. Deshaun Jones. I don't think he's here. Bryce Klein. Isla Kondrasiak. Nina Lamberti. Valencia Maglior. Ava Nadell. Ashini Patluri. Nora Sheikh. Ranvit Singh. Bella Tamrazzi. Riley Thompson. Rebecca Wagreg. And Zoe Zacharatos.
All right, I guess we're going to have a couple seconds for a picture here.
And the final thing we have is our Defino chefs made a few recipe cards of respect for our board members. I'm going to hand those out. They're laminated cards of things that are, embody respect, and they made really cute recipe cards, so we'll share that with the board.
And while she's doing that, I'm going to invite up our chorus and Mrs. Krowicki to announce the names of our chorus members, and they're also going to receive a certificate.
Liliana Barsakov. Aoife Cassidy. Jocelyn Dursky. Olivia Geller. The student is not able to be here tonight, but Perla Gali. Sophia Gavinishvili. Dakota Goffin. Easton Hayes. Shayna Inzelbunch, sorry. Inzelbunch. Inzelbunch. Lura Kirkatudi. Rohit Krishna. Claire Lee. Alyssa Liu. Vienna Malandro. Advit Mishra. Ivy Pianelli. Adya Rao. Joseph Ricciardelli. Ella Rizk. Valentina Salgado, Val. Joey Sanchi. This student is not able to be here, but Aruba Shahid. Isabella Tambaro. Olivia Tao. Angela Young. Ellie Yu. Gabriela Zawalunao. Iris Zhu. Zain Abuela. Valentina Castro. Zoe Zacharatos. And Brielle Baum. I think she received hers already. It's over there on the choir stand.
Can we give one more big round of applause to all of our Defino kiddos today? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. And kids, you did a beautiful job. The singing was amazing, how you changed the words and inserted the school. I thought it was all great. And just for everybody who's out there who doesn't, who can't see this recipe they gave us, it's really cool, and I want to thank you. It's a recipe for respect, and I think each of us got a little bit something different. And then it just has like some ingredients of half a cup of kindness, 2 slices of respect, and it goes on with like 2 gallons of politeness, and it kind of just gives you like what their recipe for kindness is. And I just want to say thank you so much for putting these together and giving them to us. It means a lot, and we appreciate you.
I just want to quickly add one more thing. I'm a proud Defino parent, and Dr. Stradek, amazing. You do an amazing job. Thank you so much to everybody and the kids. You guys did such a great job singing and everything that you guys did. Thank you so much for coming out and being brave enough to do this in front of so many people. So, good job.
Thank you again. We're going to take a break in a minute, but we're just going to finish up, and then we'll take a little bit of recess so everybody can kind of take pictures and mingle for a few minutes. We're going to move on now to employee recognition, and we are going to honor employees with 25 plus years of service to the Marlboro Township Public School District. This started in November of 2019. The board at the time instituted the Employee Recognition Program. And again, it honors employees who have dedicated 25 or more years of service to the district, including those who have retired. Mr. Ballone's going to have a gift for them, and a recognition plaque will be displayed, highlighting each honoree's name and school year in which they began their service with the Marlboro Township Public School District. So we're going to start, and we're going to go. So we're going to start with 1997 to 1998 school year. Angela Fiorello, and if you can... Dana McCall. Linda Rosso. Is Linda Rosso here? No? Okay. And Robin Sachs. Okay, we're going to move on to the 1998-1999 school year. Laura Blake. Alice Colau. Oh, they have signs there. Team Laura Blake. Very nice. Alice Carol Colau. Philip Lozada. Wendy Moskowitz. Elizabeth Spector. Is she here? Okay. Pamela Steets. Courtney Strell. Deborah Tierney. Rebecca Wosnitzer. Patricia Rye. Andrea Denora. Karen Nadler. Diane Eben. Christine Jelinski. Linda Winter. Mao Eng. Linda Baldy. Rosalie Vulpes. Sally Walker. And Alan Geezy. Thank you so much for the 25 plus years of your time, your dedication, your service. Thank you for being here. It means a lot to the district. It means a lot to us, and obviously the impact you have on the students. So thank you so much. We appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Okay, student impact.
Okay, this month for student impact. Throughout the month of October, as we mentioned, MTPS focuses on the character pillar of respect. Mr. Giarratano from Robertsville Elementary School, the principal there, wanted Robertsville to rally behind a theme that infuses the message of respect and was decided upon collaboratively. The theme, Robertsville Runs on Respect, was the winning choice submitted by a staff member. I do see Mr. Giarratano in the crowd there. Mr. Giarratano, do you want to come up and explain a little more?
I'll also be here in November for my school, so if you want to come back and see that, you'll get me twice. So Robertsville Runs on Respect was something that myself, Mrs. Georges, and Mrs. Tongring, our guidance counselor, talked about over the summer to try to get our staff members to rally behind the idea of the year of respect that was talked about here at the board meetings. So we put out some choices to staff members and then opened up to staff members to be able to submit some choices of their own. So Robertsville Runs on Respect was actually a staff member choice, and that really, I think, got the staff member buy-in, and then we wanted student buy-in as well. So we opened up a contest to our students to design the image that will be featured on T-shirts for our kids, the Robertsville Runs on Respect image. So now students and staff both had buy-in for our Robertsville Runs on Respect theme, which is going to carry us through the year. And the kids, like I said, have really bought into it. You can tell just by the way they're treating each other at recess, in the classrooms. Teachers are infusing it into their lessons. So I'm very proud of our staff and our kids, as well as the administrators in the building. Teachers are doing a great job with it. So enjoy our video.
Throughout the month of October, MTPS focuses on the character pillar respect. Students at Robertsville Elementary School were able to submit a design for this year's theme, Robertsville Runs on Respect. The designs represented their interpretation of the theme, and there were 5 finalists and 1 winner chosen. The final design winner was 4th grade student Hunter, and his design will be featured as the school's symbol for Robertsville Runs on Respect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Giarratano. That was very cool. Artwork on display.
Artwork on display is from Frank DeFino Central Elementary School. This artwork from the students at DeFino has been growing since 2013. About every 6 years, all of the students at DeFino create a portrait using a very specific and limited color palette. Students learn about how artists use proportions when drawing a face, and they are introduced to ways they can improve rendering people. When finished, all of the portraits are glued together to create a rainbow of students. This is the 3rd time the project has been brought out in the past 11 years. All 507 of this year's DeFino students are represented in the piece, and they are now connected together with over 1,000 former students who have graduated DeFino since 2013. This year's edition brings the artwork to a total of 75 feet in length. The greatest part of the artwork is its ability to create vibrant and meaningful discussions, such as the passage of time, the representation of community, and how art can be imbued with meaning and importance. Once this year's kindergartners graduate 5th grade, the artwork will be brought out again in 2030 to include the next community of dolphins. And then we have artwork from the YMCA at Robertsville Elementary School. During the month of September, the Robertsville Y Kids program has been very busy with a wide variety of crafts and activities. On Thursday, September 19th, the students at Robertsville Y Kids took on a sweet project for National Ice Cream Day. The students created their own ice cream cone project, which had students' flavor of choice displayed for all to see. After their craft was completed, students were treated to their very own cup of ice cream with sprinkles. On Tuesday, the 24th of September, the Y Kids celebrated National Heritage Day. Each student talked about and highlighted their heritage in the program before taking to their craft for the day. While in the program, students worked with Miss Helena to create their own heritage flags from each country represented. Students had the opportunity to make a flag that represented one or multiple countries. These flags are on display in the cafeteria of Robertsville, where our Y Kids program takes place. The Robertsville Y Kids program is already in full swing with fun-filled October crafts and activities that will highlight National Custodian Day, National Stop Bullying Day, pumpkin crafts, and Halloween celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're now going to take a 10-minute recess. There's refreshments on the table over there to your right. You're welcome to partake in that, take some pictures, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. Again, we're going to reconvene the meeting. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Paloma,
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Here.
Mr. Hyatt,
Here.
Mr. Olansky,
Here.
Mrs. McCormack,
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz,
Here.
Mr. Petruno,
Here.
Mrs. Seward,
Here.
and Mrs. Mendez.
Here. Announcements?
I do have a few announcements. The first announcement is also projected on the screen here. We are going to be hosting what we call a Community Unity event on November 13th from 5 to 7 p.m. at Marlboro Middle School. Essentially, it will be the center of this evening will be student presentations. Students will be able to present on just about anything that either interests them, has to do with their background. It could be cultural dance, food, really anything that students would like to present to the community to show how they are unique in some senses, but also how it brings our community of Marlboro together as one people. So we really want to recognize that. We want as many students to participate in this event. We will have our middle school music students involved as well, both instrumental and choral, so they will be there as well. We do ask that any students who are participating, either presenting or in any way for the event, that parents do attend as well. Not only will you help us manage the hopefully large event, but you will also be able to witness the wonderful things that our students are preparing to show the community. So please mark your calendars. A communication will be going out this week regarding more details on the event, how students can sign up. I'd also like to thank all of the PTAs and PTOs for partnering with us. They are going to enhance the evening, the MEF, SCOPE, CPAG. They are all coming together to really enhance this evening and support us for a community unity event. So we hope you can come out and join us. Again, more details will follow. So please mark your calendars. Secondly, our staff members participated in a professional development yesterday when our students were off from school and enjoying maybe sleeping in a little bit. Our teachers were here learning. So I would like to thank all of the presenters who presented. We had both in-house, most of our presenters were in-house teachers and administrators. We also had some outside vendors presenting for us. So thank you for that. I'm also going to jump, Mrs. Mendez, if you don't mind, I'm just going to jump to the EdCamp sponsors, which is on the next page of the agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Just because it relates, so we don't have to come back to it. We would like to thank all of the sponsors for this event, the generous contributions that enhanced our experience for our Pro Day yesterday. Burger Brothers, Red Tomato, Pliables, DeSantillo's, and the Dunkin' Donuts on Ryan Road. Thank you for your support in your gift cards, and Dunkin' Donuts gave free coffee to our staff all day long, so that was very nice. And they also gave gift cards to our staff members who were recognized here for 25 plus years of service. So it was a really great event. We also had a little ceremony. Thank you, board members who attended. We had an event down at the Dunkin' Donuts on Ryan Road yesterday, which was another great event. So thank you all for that. And one more announcement, at least from my end. As part of our, I know, we continue to say this, right? Our year of respect and some actionable steps that we have taken with, some of the events that have taken place in our own school district and even the world. We want to continue creating awareness to our students. So thank you, Marlboro Township Police Department. We have partnered with them. They have completed already bias presentations and respect presentations to our students, both at the elementary level in grade 5, and then in every middle school grade level, 6, 7, and 8. They've completed all of those presentations. Again, just one more actionable step that we are taking to make sure our students have the awareness that their words matter, that their actions matter, and that we need to be treating everyone with kindness and respect. So thank you, Marlboro Township Police Department, for presenting to our students. And again, hopefully that will help ameliorate some of the issues that we've seen, not only here at MTPS, but around the world. So thank you for that. And those are all the announcements that I have.
Thank you. Vinny, school bus driver and building maintenance personnel.
Sure,
More legal abstracts?
all abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to public comments.
Sure. So first on my list, Melissa Held.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Held, and I am here to address the board in regards to the change from Champions to the Y. The change affects my family greatly in a negative way as a financial strain and due to the lack of flexibility with scheduling. My financial strain as a single parent is we're a one-income family, and the Y costs more than Champions did. With Champions, you were able to make your schedule weekly, and I only had to pay for the days I needed, but not with the Y. If I have a doctor's appointment on a Tuesday and I need to put my daughter in aftercare with the Y, I have to pay for every Tuesday that month. With Champions, I did not. As a New York City teacher, if New York City schools are closed when Robertsville is not, with the Y, I still have to pay for it. With Champions, I did not. If Marlboro schools are closed for a holiday or staff development, with the Y, I still have to pay for it. With Champions, I did not. Another reason is the Y's lack of flexibility. First, as I stated above, I'm still paying for the days that I don't need. Next, if my daughter did not use the aftercare with Champions, but I was in a predicament, such as traffic, I could call the school and they would put her in aftercare as a drop-in. However, I don't know if I could do that with the Y. The Y has a registration fee for both before and after care. That's right, 2 separate registration fees, which equals more money. Could my daughter attend aftercare as a drop-in if I did not register her? I don't know. Whatever community outreach was given by the Y was in August while we were on vacation. Also, their policy for drop-in is to email the person the day before. That does not help me. If there's a delayed opening, the YMCA is not open where Champions was. Again, as a single parent, I don't have someone to split the time to take care of my child. I am only allotted so many days to take off for childcare, and I cannot afford a day without pay. The board sent out a survey 2 years ago regarding Champions, but not last year. The first question was, if you could save approximately $130, would you switch providers? Who would say no to saving money? But are we saving money? No. Question 2. If you said yes to number 1, would you be willing to pay an additional $170 a month for an armed security guard? That contradicts number 1 about saving money. We switched providers. We are paying more money, but I want to know where the armed security guard is. Robertsville did not have a security personnel until October 1st. That's a whole month without it. He's not armed. He told me he was a former corrections officer. He's licensed to carry, but not allowed to carry in our schools. I would also like to know if he is absent, who's his replacement? Are they trained to be a security guard and take care of our children? Do I stop?
It's typically 3 minutes, but if you have another minute,
I'll
if you'd
finish
like
up.
to continue. Just be mindful, please, of the security that you're putting out there on a live meeting.
Question 3. Do you currently believe Champions currently provides a safe and secure environment? And obviously, I'm not going to respond to my answer there because I don't want to put something like this out into the world that's open, because I definitely have a lot of issues with that. They said on question number 4, if you answered no and you're willing to pay an extra $1,400 a month to provide security for Champions, where do they get the figures from? Because from what I was informed, and it's supposedly public record, The prices the Y gave the board last spring was not the prices for this year. I could tell you from the people I've discussed with this change from companies that this is a hardship on many of the people in this community, and I am pleading with you to reevaluate the service next year. Thank you.
Mrs. Held, thank you, first of all, for coming up and speaking. I was trying to write as quickly as I could, so I can't hit everything, and there are certain things I can't speak about. A couple of things about the paying for the days that the schools are closed. I have to look into that one. I haven't heard that one before, so I have that as a note here to follow up on that one with you. The other one you said was about being less flexible, meaning that you can't call the morning of and drop the child off, or was what I think what you had stated. In certain instances, when discussing that with the Y, their concern of parents doing that is that if we had 30 people that did that, hypothetically, they may not have enough staff. So their staffing ratio to student is based on people that had registered. But I understand your point, and I did write that piece down. The other piece about the 2 separate registration fees, if that did happen to you, because somebody else had mentioned that, I think it was just something in their system at the time, they reimbursed them one of the registration fees. So if that did happen to you, then we can connect you with the director at the YMCA so you can be reimbursed one of those registration fees, because that is not, that should be corrected. You can come up if you want to speak. We won't have it back and forth, but I do want to hear your next piece. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I didn't sign my daughter up for the afternoon, and that is because there was an extra fee. And although I make a good salary as a single parent in this day and age, it's extremely hard.
Right.
And like I said, the lack of information that came to us was really difficult to navigate.
I understand that. And so just so you know, and then we'll move past this part, but the registration fee, it looks like there's 2, but when you actually get to the very end and you check out, it takes off one of the registration fees. So I don't want you to feel deterred from signing up for aftercare thinking there are 2, because there are not. So at the end, when you get to the very end, it takes off 1 and just charges you 1 registration fee. So somebody else reached out, so we did clarify. Some of us even tested it to make sure, and that was the process, and then we did reach out to the YMCA. So I just want you to know that.
I would
Okay?
love a contact person there.
I'll get you one. I'll send you an email tomorrow, and I'll get you the contact,
Thank
okay?
you.
Thank you for coming up.
Val, the other
Go ahead,
part-
Mike, I'm sorry.
The other part, if I remember right with the Y, if you couldn't utilize all the Tuesdays or whatever, you could tell them, I only want 1 Tuesday or 2 Tuesdays a month, and only pay for those. You didn't have to pay for the full month. That was, they did allow the drop in once or twice a month and just pay for that time.
Correct.
$20, I believe it was?
It's okay. So what Mr. Lalonsky had said was that you can specify the times that you're going, but that's okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you the email, the contact tomorrow, and then you could connect you with the YMCA director, and you can speak to them directly. I understand. So I'll send you that, and then we'll work from there. Thank you.
Next, Arun Jolly.
Thank you. My name is Arun Jolly, and as a long-term resident, I have a couple concerns. One is what...
Can you lift the mic, Mr. Jolly? Thank you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Whatever the young lady before me said, I think a lot of other parents have the same issue. My niece has the same issue. So please, I hope, and I appeal again, like she did, you make the right choice between the YMCA and the previous company. There are a couple other issues I have. Number one is regarding one of your board members. I came to know, and I hope I'm wrong, please tell me if I'm wrong, that she's being removed from the special ed committee. And I'm talking in reference to the young lady sitting here, Sue. Is that correct? Because she's, in my opinion, the most qualified person among all of you in this year, among all the board members. And it'll be hard to see her being removed for some comment she made which has been misinterpreted or taken it differently. I know you have the authority to remove her, But could you let us know that if that's true and what's the status? And I have one more issue.
I'll let you finish and then I'll speak after.
Okay. The last issue I have is something happened at the Board of Education. It was not the meeting, but at their office about 6 months ago. We just came to know of it. Police was called, and there is some concern about one of the board members who acted very unprofessionally, very loudly and abusive type of behavior. Are you aware of that? Can you shed some light about it, please?
Do you have anything else you'd like to share before I move on?
Let me just see. No, these are only the three issues. You know, she covered the first one beautifully, so I don't have to rehash that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So if you want to stand there for a second, you can have one more
Yeah, one
piece.
last comment I would make. I told Vinny also that I have to leave by 8:15. Would it be possible for you to tell us ahead of time what the time you would start public comment so we can come a little later or earlier?
You're talking about in the future?
Yeah.
The public comment timing, as you can see, meetings can run from 4 hours to 1 hour to 2 hours. I can't determine. So
The start time.
it typically says, Mr. Jolly, if we're going to go to executive session in the beginning, it will tell you that on the agenda. And in the agenda, then you can kind of calculate. It would say typically 60 minutes. I'm not really sure. So
I'm
I
aware
can't.
of that. I'm
Yeah,
aware.
so I wouldn't be able to give an approximate time because everything in the beginning before public comments is really anything. It could be anything. I don't know a time.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
Just if it was a suggestion.
That's fine. So just to get to the questions, and I know we can't have really a back and forth, but you could stand there if you have questions when I'm done. So the first thing you had asked me was about the YMCA. You mentioned, I think, your niece or somebody. So out of the hundreds, I think, I can't give you a full number of how many students are using the YMCA. We've gotten about 3 or 4 emails with people questioning pricing. So I ask you, Mr. Jolly, if you hear of anybody, including your niece, that has questions, concerns, complaints, to please send them our way so that I can answer them appropriately if I have the answer, or direct them to the director of the YMCA or to somebody administration. The second thing you asked me was about Dr. Miskowitz chairing the Special Education Committee. I will turn that over to Dr. Miskowitz to share her piece. If she has been removed from the committee or not, that's for her to share. Okay, so Dr. Miskowitz has not been removed. I don't know where you got that information from, and, right, so.
Is that on the agenda or?
I don't have that on the agenda here. I can't speak
No.
for anything else, but
Is
it's
that-
not listed in our public agenda. There's no back and forth, by the way, so I'll just get through your questions and you can ask one more question. So Dr. Miskowitz is not listed on the agenda for removal. Dr. Miskowitz has answered that she has not been removed as the chair of the committee.
As of now.
That's what I have for you. And then the other thing that you had asked me,
It'll be very unfortunate if it is.
understood.
Sure.
Then the other question that you had asked me was regarding an incident from 6 months ago, and you want me to address the issue. I'm not here to address the particular facts or whatever was that happened that day. I was not present for it, and so I will not be responding to that, but I leave it at that.
But we can't ignore it.
I'm not ignoring anything.
Okay, great. If there
Okay,
is-
but
so-
you're asking me if I knew that that had happened, or some of the gist of it. Did I know? And then did it say in the bottom that Mr. Petruno had left peacefully? That's the part I knew. Anything that happened after that, I can't speak to because I was not privy to that information.
Well, that's not a good example.
Okay,
for
there's
the
no
students.
so I'm done with my speak, so you can give one more comment and then we can move on.
My only comment would
Can
be,
you just pick up the mic so everybody can hear you?
My only comment would be that it sets up a bad example for children. You're at the Board of Education for children. And if they hear that, it gives a bad impression.
They didn't hear anything because I didn't really say anything much.
I know they have heard.
Yes. No, I'm saying you're asking me personally.
No, I'm not asking.
Right.
I'm simply asking if there was some incident that happened,
Okay.
which should not be overlooked.
Thank
in
you.
my opinion.
Agreed.
There should be
And-
some repercussions of
Correct, and so,
misbehavior.
and we'll end, and I can end this, and then there's a second round of public comments that you can
Thank
come
you.
up for. So what I would say is it was not overlooked.
Thank you.
Myself and Michael Olonsky
I don't know how to
did
put
what we
this
did.
back.
It's okay, you could lay it down, the next person can do it for you.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Jolly. Thank you. Did you have a comment? Go
No, I
ahead.
just had a question. Because you didn't finish your thought. You were saying that it was not overlooked, you and Mr. Lalansky, and then you stopped. So I just wanted you to finish the thought. That's all.
Correct. Mr. Lalansky and I took the action we need to take, and when it said that no further action needed to be taken, Mr. Lalansky and I were made aware of that, and then we had our conversation, then we moved on. That's the action Michael Lalansky and I took.
Next, Moshe Grant.
Good evening, board members, president of the board, Mr. Ballone, and everyone else. I wasn't planning to speak today, but something came out online, just like Mr. Haroon Julie over here mentioned, and I figured I'll come and listen and try to figure out what really happened, just for my own sake and understand how the district works, because I had an incident that seems to be somewhat familiar in the past. It was kind of funny, but an incident did happen, and we want to get to the bottom of it in general when something happened in the community. But my simple question is to you, Mr. Ballone. If I walked in here and raised my voice and I was frustrated because I believe something is not happening the right way, if I'm your boss, because you're hired by the district and this board decides who is going to be hired by the district, and I have my differences in relation to something you have done right or wrong, and I come and ask you about it, discuss. I'm frustrated because it's a very frustrated day and a lot of things happen. It seems as if there's a situation here when an employee called the cops on his boss because he was not happy with the way the boss treated him. And if I raise my voice right now because I become emotional, will you call the police and feel threatened because I'm vocal? Or even if I'm nervous, I'm shaking, I turn red or anything like that? So it's just a general question, because it was very funny. I actually read through those documents that were posted online. And it looks like you did not know that you were threatened the day it happened. And it was a very emotional day later on. A lot of people found out a lot of things that we don't like to hear in Marlboro. And then in the next few days, a lot of things happens. And then later on, there's a motion to vote to get rid of a district attorney, legitimately so, for a good reason. Then you go back in later on, a number of days later, whatever it was, and you add the fact that you felt threatened after a certain scenario happened in town that kind of put you in a very, very negative light. So just trying to figure out from your perspective, when do we call the police and file police reports? What is it that should be a perimeter where it's okay to use the police? Because it comes across as using the police as a personal tool in order to either, one, defend yourself, which is unethical, or two, bully or retaliate. I filed a tort claim against the district in the past for the same exact reason. The person I filed those claims against is not here anymore. So I pulled out my tort claim. I didn't act on it, but it looks very familiar and it doesn't look right. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Grant. Nice to see you again. You said you wanted the facts. So the first fact is I did not call the police. So, I don't operate with suppositions, what if this happened or what if that happened. So I can't really speak to that piece. You referenced an incident report. That incident report is accurate, and you already read it. So what was written in that report is 100% accurate. That's all I have to say.
So I'll make a note and ask a follow-up question. Dr. Heeb also didn't call the police. Someone else called the police on his behalf. But if what you're saying is true, and it's absolutely fine, what is the reason you felt the need a week and a half, or whenever it was later, to go back and add to the police report that you felt threatened?
I'm going to go on record again saying I did not file a police report.
Okay, next.
Wait, I want to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Next, Brianna Maglio.
Hi, good evening. I am here tonight to express my concerns about the YMCA program. I sent an email to the board on June 24th sharing my concerns about the increased prices and reduced scheduling flexibility when compared to the previous Champions program. The response to my initial email felt dismissive. Like all other working families in the district, I had no choice but to sign up for the YMCA. Given the price increase, my family had to reduce our prior 4 days per week aftercare schedule to 3 days per week. This basically came to $50 more per month for one less day of care. The monthly schedule used by the YMCA as opposed to the weekly one used by Champions is impractical and wasteful. Life with kids is day to day, not month to month, and at least Champions allowed changes to be made week to week. With the current YMCA system, all Marlboro families who utilize the service will be paying for days the district is closed, such as Teacher Convention Week, Thanksgiving, winter break, and all other scheduled closings. I appreciate you telling Melissa that you were going to follow up on this, but I did speak with Lisa, our representative, over the summer, and that was confirmed. The limited scheduling flexibility the YMCA offers has already proven problematic in practice. When making weekly or monthly schedule changes, we are to email a YMCA employee who single-handedly manages the schedule for all students in our district. This creates an opportunity for error like the one my 7-year-old daughter experienced on September 6th of this year. My daughter, a second grader at Robertsville, was scheduled to attend aftercare on that day. I set the schedule on August 30th. Apparently, the YMCA system was never updated to reflect the schedule change. My husband and I are very deliberate with her and her schedule. When sent to the bus by her teacher, she informed her that she was supposed to attend aftercare, but because our daughter's YMCA schedule incorrectly indicated that she was to take the afternoon bus, she was sent home to an empty house. In the years we were with Champions, this never happened once. We were lucky that her bus driver noticed the absence of a parent waiting at the bus stop, stopped closer to our house than usual, and watched her ring the doorbell. No one answered because my husband and I were at work, the literal reason we pay for aftercare. I got the phone call that she had been returned to school because no one was home to receive her. My daughter is diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder, which both the school and the YMCA are aware of, and this error more than rattled her. It scared her, it scared us, as it would scare any parent. I reached out to the contact at the YMCA, who mildly apologized and promised this would not happen again moving forward. It has not happened to my family again because I have been over-communicative with the school staff about my daughter's weekly schedule, change or no change, to avoid experiencing this oversight again. While we have been spared another scare, I personally know 2 other families who have had similar experiences. I want to be clear that as much as I liked Champions, we came into this school year with no negative preconceptions toward the YMCA. As a matter of fact, our same daughter attended the Freehold YMCA's camp this summer. She loved it, and we loved it, and all of the staff there. The board has repeatedly promised Marlboro families that the change to YMCA would be comparable in the terms of affordability while offering the same scheduling flexibility and level of care for our children. Those promises have been broken. In summation, YMCA is not more affordable for working families, and I do not feel more secure in or connected to my child's care. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to voice my concerns.
Ms. Maglio, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. First off, I just want to say that if my email back to you felt dismissive, my apologies. It was never intended to be that. So I want to apologize for that piece first, if that was the case. Second thing is that I'm sorry about your child. I won't speak to the ins and outs of that case, but I'm sorry that that happened. That's horrible, and I never want that to happen to anybody.
Thank you.
I apologize for that.
Thank you.
I took some notes on what you said. I know you said you emailed. I still want to check into your piece about school being closed and it being paid for if school's not open, so I have to go back and look at that one. And the other thing I want to say is thank you for sharing your experience. I understand that, you know, the change is not something that you feel is favorable at this point in time, and I appreciate you sharing that. We heard from families when the Y came in about safety concerns they had with Champions and vice versa, so it's nice to hear different feedback and perspective. And so I took note. Again, I am sorry for that situation that you stated happened. I never want that to happen to anybody. But if you'd like, I can email you after I reach out to them tomorrow and see if I get a different answer than the one you had and share that with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Next, Andrea Caparelli.
Good evening. I am Andrea Caparelli. I've been mulling over this for a few days now and trying to figure out what to say and how to say it. I am a concerned parent. I'm a concerned citizen because things here in town have definitely changed, and not for the better. I'm still very proud of the schools which my kids attend, but that is not always because of the Board of Ed. I've been very disappointed with a number of things that have happened over the years. But at the end of the day, I am still very grateful that the educators and the teachers and administrators in our schools have continued to keep my children safe. Somehow along the line, the Board of Ed has become a partisan game, and it should not be. There should not be signs in other towns for Board of Ed members. There should not be Board of Ed member signs associated with presidents. It should not be anything of that nature. This should be at the education of our children and nothing more than that. People have played games with, never in my experience here, I'm born and raised in New Jersey, and in a community like Marlboro, to have anti-Semitism spewing in our schools is a disgrace. Marlboro has been notoriously a Jewish town, a Jewish community, full of pride and closeness, and never, ever have this existed. Now, because of the spewing of hate and fear from Board of Ed members, we now have homophobia running rampant through our schools. And so my kid is fearful to go to school. My kid is fearful to use restrooms. Thankfully, for the amazing staff at Marlboro Middle, my kid does not have to worry about that. The staff there have made it so that my kid is comfortable and safe, and that he has a safe place to go at all times. But the spewing and the hatred and the fear-mongering that is happening amongst the Board of Ed members is obviously emanating into your homes. Obviously, children are hearing the words that you're saying and the things that you are doing because it is spewing out of the mouths of the children. I do not blame children. They are kids. They only know what they hear. I understand that parenting in this day and age is not an easy task. It is scary. But hiding kids from the realities of our world and not educating them about the realities of our world is not the answer. We need to grow and educate our children and make them empathetic people and community members. Thank you.
Next, Lisa De Silva.
Before she comes on, I just want to say thank you so much for coming out and speaking. And again, I'm really sorry that if your child had to witness any of this or deal with any of this. So just want to say thank you for coming up, being brave, and truly our administration is great that they're making sure that your child is safe and is able to go to school. So thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lisa De Silva. For full disclosure, I am Dr. Miskowitz's daughter, and I am also a parent of 2 children in Morrell and Marlboro Middle School. I have 5 questions. The first one is for Mr. Ballone. In the April 16th Disorderly Persons Incident Report, which I obtained via the Open Public Records Act, the officer noted that they obtained a written statement from you. The officer wrote, you, stated he felt threatened during the incident. Do you still stand by that statement today?
Can you just ask your questions and then we'll get to the part after?
All right. My next questions are for Mr. Paterno. In your social media post yesterday, in response to my letter to Ms. Mendez, you mentioned you were seeking clarification in an urgent matter. Could you elaborate on what specifically needed to be discussed that day? Additionally, can you clarify the time of day that incident or that occurred? Number 2, you stated the police presence was overly precautious and unnecessary. Do you feel that the superintendent acted inappropriately by notifying police? And if so, can you explain why? You mentioned that you were unaware of being notified of the police being there until recently. How do you suggest improving communications between the board and its members to prevent further misunderstandings in the future? And finally, can you confirm the time that Ms. Balomo and you went to the board office to review what is known as the Zittimer letter on April 16th? Because according to her, this took place between 3:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon, and the police were on scene at the board office at 1:16, according to the report.
So I know your questions were directed to Mr. Ballone and Mr. Petruno. Either of you want to say anything? No?
I believe that the first question was just for me.
Yes.
I mentioned to Mr. Grant, the incident report speaks for itself.
And you stand by that today? Yes.
It speaks for itself.
Thank
I
you.
said it was accurate.
Anything else? Okay. Did you want to say something, Mr. Petruno, or no?
Hi, Mr. Silva. So, your question, seeking clarification. Yes, I was seeking clarification. I received that clarification. Unfortunately, that was a conversation that Mr. Ballone and I had in a closed-door meeting, and unfortunately, I don't feel that you would be privy to the information discussed at that meeting, so, yeah. As far as the rest of your questions, overly precautious and unnecessary, yes, I do feel that way because I had no idea that the police were even there until 3 days ago. You know, that they had even shown up for anything related to me. So.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Oh, did you say something else, Aldo?
Yeah, I was trying to write, but I didn't get the last question. What was your last question?
You mentioned you were unaware of the police being notified until just recently. How do you suggest improving communication between the board and its members to prevent similar misunderstandings in the future?
To my knowledge, I don't think any board members knew. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, I think, what was the question?
Are you saying communications between the board members?
Yeah, I think, Mrs. De Silva, in that case, you asked about communication between Mr. Petruno and board members. The incident you're referring to did not involve Mr. Petruno and other board members.
Okay.
So therefore, that was not a lapse in communication between any of us and Mr. Petruno.
Understood.
And I would like to make a comment as well. You did mention my name, and returning at 3:30. That is in fact correct. After Mr. Petruno left the office, Mr. Balone returned to our curriculum meeting where we sat, finished our meeting nicely. Mr. Balone, myself, and Dr. Miskowitz went in. That is where we found out about the letter. Mr. Petruno and I, Mr. Balone, instructed me to please call Mr. Petruno about the letter. And Mr. Balone did schedule, just about an hour and a half after that, to meet again with Mr. Petruno on that same day.
Yes, and that is consistent with what you said on April 25th.
I know, thank you.
Mrs. Silva, I have two questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Just for the spirit of, so I'm not going to speak to anything regarding whatever incident you're referring to, the details, because I wasn't present for it. My two questions were, first one was, what sparked you to conduct this kind of Oprah request to look for this level of information? What led to that? And my second question is, what encouraged you to, in your email to me, include the different media outlets to kind of shine a spotlight on the school district?
To answer your first question, I had received the tip, and I followed up on it myself to make sure it was accurate. And that's how I obtained the official report from the police department.
Thank you.
And that's why I decided to act. The reason why I decided to include various media outlets, I'm sorry, I apologize. The reason why I decided to involve various media outlets is to start holding this board accountable. There has been a lot of lack of transparency with the YMCA, with, you know, this issue, and maybe it's going to get your attention. And that's the reason why I copied everybody.
Thank you, and I appreciate you answering. Thank you very much. I do just want to share one thing, and thank you again, Mrs. De Silva, for answering the questions and for coming up. I just want to share a thought for my own personal thing. Involving media attention, whether it gets my attention or not, is never a negative attention for our district, is never good for our children, staff, administration. I just want to, so I appreciate you wanting to get my attention, but it's not helping our children. So I think dealing with things within our own community makes sense for me. But again, I appreciate you answering the question, Mrs. De Silva.
Can I make a comment, Val?
Go ahead.
We all just sat here and we clapped for the beautiful children that sang about being humble and kind. And receiving anonymous tips 2-3 weeks before an election, calling news media outlets, that seems the direct opposite of humble or kind. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of comments. My first comment is for Mrs. Mendez. So you're talking about Mrs. De Silva copying in the media. I want to ask you, one, when did you find out about this April incident where Mr. Petruno went and threatened Mr. Balone?
No. I'm sorry.
I'm just reading it
No.
off
Hold
of
on.
the police report. Sorry.
That's an
So-
incident? No.
Can I
You can't
just,
do that,
let me
though.
just say
That's-
two things. We can't speak about, I can't speak to the details of the day. You asked the question of when I found out.
When did you find out?
April 16th with Mr. Lolansky.
So,
Not, but I want to be clear, not an incident report. Mr. Lolansky and I were called by administration to just say there was a meeting that was had. The meeting was tense. It was detailed that way. And then I'm not going to get into all the details because I can't speak to staff. All I could say to you is that we were alerted, Michael Lolansky and I, and as you read in the bottom on April 16th, it said that there's no further action needed to be taken. Mr. Petruno left peacefully, no further action taken, which is exactly what Mr. Lolansky and I were told. Therefore, we left it. Anything that happened 8 days later, we were not privy to that, and we don't have that, and we never saw this incident report before.
So let me understand. So if you were called and they knew that an incident happened, isn't it your responsibility to look into it further because Mr. Balone reports to us?
Yes, and we did.
We want to make sure that, but you keep referencing on the report, that he left peacefully, but you failed to read or mention that the witness statement from Mr. Ballone, he stated he did feel threatened during the incident.
Which happened 8 days later. 8 days later, I wasn't notified that that was rectified and that there was anything else that happened. Michael Alonsky and I were alerted on April 16th, and why I keep mentioning that he left peacefully was because that was exactly what Michael Alonsky and I were told on the phone, and we were told that no further action needed to be taken, and that was the end of that.
So what did you do after 8 days when you found out that the incident was updated?
I
and
never
he felt
said I found
threatened?
that 8 days later. I actually never knew. So you asked me, did I know on the 16th? I knew on the 16th. The 24th or 25th, whatever that date was, 8 days later, wasn't privy to an incident report being amended, wasn't privy to that, whatever you're reading.
So this is what I would say, right? When an incident happens, you have a lot of emotions, and sometimes you react and you say something. But when you sit there and make a statement like that 8 days later, you know that you're making that statement because you truly felt that way.
This isn't directed to me, though, correct?
No.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, I know people are making it seem like it was 8 days later, whether it's 2 days later, whether it's the same day. To me, if a staff member, and Mr. Ballone is the only person that we're truly responsible for, if he felt threatened by any of the board members here, policy 9202, you're supposed to, and again, we can ask Mr. Gross, our attorney, isn't the board president responsible for letting and alerting the rest of the board? And I can read the policy to everybody right now, but actions needed to be taken. And just saying that because he left peacefully, no action was taken, that's a concern.
The concern I have too is you're referencing something stating that I knew and I didn't know. So you're saying I should have taken action on something that I didn't know had occurred. So I didn't know that happened on the 25th. I didn't know it was amended 8 days later. Neither did Mr. Lalonsky. So I couldn't take action on something I didn't know. When I keep referencing he left peacefully, we were asked to not take any action because it was resolved. Somebody then, however, I can't get into it, it was however that happened 8 days later, I can't speak to that because I wasn't privy to that. So I can't take action on something I didn't know occurred.
Okay, but you should have still alerted us when you found out that something happened on the 16th.
What would I alert you to? When I was asked to not take any action and to not do anything further.
Just as an FYI,
Oh,
that this
no,
incident happened, we didn't
that-
take any
that-
actions.
I think
Mr.
I
Gross,
could
I'm going to
alert-
ask you, is that something as a board president that she should have alerted us, even if no action was taken?
I'm not going to answer questions about the board.
Okay.
Because if you want to talk about that and my opinion on interpretation of your policy as it applies to the 9 of you, we can certainly do that in an executive session.
Okay, I
I'm not going
understand.
to be rendering my opinions with regard
Okay,
to that.
I understand. But the policy, we spoke about this, we spoke about transparency. Something comes to you that should be shared with the entire board.
Same,
So
and
I'm
I
still
could-
questioning, even though you may have felt, and it could have been a simple email to the board saying an incident happened, it's been resolved, Mr. Petruno left peacefully, and that would have been the end of it.
Mhm.
But that didn't happen.
You're correct. And the same way after board members meet with administration and administration updates me on those meetings, I don't come out and share what the update from that meeting was. Now, I didn't feel that there was a need to, because again, and Michael, you can chime in, Lalonsky, we were told no further action. It was resolved. Everything was okay. So what am I reporting?
We asked multiple times. I mean, it was not like, okay, we'll go away.
But did
Val
you-
was like, you sure, you sure, you sure?
Okay, so you keep talking about the fact that it was resolved. What happened before that? Obviously you were called and you were told that something.
I wasn't there, so I don't know. And I don't know what the full conversation
So
was
you-
in Mr. Ballone's office, because
So
it was
you were
between him and
called
a board
in.
member.
You were called in. You were notified that something happened, but you didn't ask the question what that something was. But you just left with accepting an answer that
They
said
had
it was resolved.
They had a conversation. I'm going to just share this with you because
Yeah.
I appreciate that you trying to spin this whole story on me.
I'm not. I'm
and
just trying to
I'm going to
understand.
flip the script.
Okay.
First off,
Go ahead.
First off, I'm going to share this with you. When you talk about transparency, you sat there and you asked, we need to share communication. We need to do this. You, Sue, and Chad never include me on any of your emails. So you say transparency, you email administration, they loop me back in. But you're saying the first thing. So let's calm with transparency, because that's not happening on your end either.
Let me interrupt for a second. That's not true. I've done that once by accident.
Okay,
And I
Chad, I
forwarded
wasn't
that
even
email to
fully,
you.
listen, I wasn't even fully directing
But
at
don't
you,
accuse me of
please.
doing that
I'm
on
talking to
purpose.
Aditi. Second thing, I'm
But
just
you
gonna
mentioned
say.
his name, so
That's fine. You know what, Chad? I'll remove you from it. Occasionally you do, so I'll take you out. Okay? Aditi and Sue, notorious. Second thing I'm just going to say to you, Mrs. Gandhi, because I want to give you respect. I give all board members, but you're trying to flip the script, and I'm going to just tell you. On April 16th, and I said this before, Michael Alonsky and I were called. A conversation was had. Dr. Miskowitz was there. Annette was on the phone. Mrs. Balomo was there present, not for their meeting. They were there for another meeting. Mr. Petruno came, he said whatever, I'm not getting into all the details, and Mr. Ballone then reached out to me and Mr. Lolansky, shared the details, what the meeting was about, but said, we said 1,000 times in that meeting, how did it all work out? Mr. Ballone said to Michael Lolansky and I, it was fine. Everything worked out in the end. He did express whatever his concerns were, and then he said to Lolansky and I, no further action needs to be taken. It's okay. We resolved it. We talked it through. I can't speak for Mr. Ballone, and I will not say anything negative about whatever happened. I can only speak to my piece and Mr. Lolansky's. After that, we were told it was resolved. What is there to share? It's an update similar to when they update me when they meet with the rest of you. Now, maybe I think what you're saying is you looked at a report and your interpretation of it, should have been something else. That's not how it played out for me and Mr. Lolansky on the phone.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Okay, and then I think we'll wrap it up because I
Yep,
know we're
that's
not
fine.
agreeing.
All I'm saying is, this is not an update after a meeting.
Were
This is-
you weren't there and you weren't
No,
on the phone with him
no.
and I, so you don't know how it was relayed. So your interpretation again
It's
is from
not
what you read.
interpretation.
But were you there? If you weren't on the phone with
No,
me
I
and you
don't-
weren't present for it, then you can't say what I should have done if you don't know how the conversation played out.
I
To
think we're
me-
getting into an argument here that shouldn't happen. Mr. Gross.
Agreed. I'm okay.
Public comment.
So I
What's
think
that?
we'll wrap.
Let's have
We
more
don't,
public
we don't agree.
Agree.
But you weren't there. I wasn't in the meeting. Thank you.
Can we move to public? Yes, thank you.
Next, Rob Marone.
Good evening. So I think you pretty much addressed anything I was going to ask, or didn't address anything I was going to ask, but I just want to say that I think the transparency is the issue, and it's an ongoing theme as these events come up. I think Mr. Grant asked some questions, Mr. Jolly asked questions, the community's asking questions and speculating versus having the facts. And I understand if you just found out a few days ago, whatever. I think as that comes out, I think that's the point though, because you've got board members asking questions, expecting you knew something, they didn't know it, and there's just always the cycle. We are now almost 2 hours into a Board of Education meeting. I understand the kids' performance went on for a while, it was great. You haven't addressed a single thing about education. Nothing. Zero. I expect, here's my thing as a community member. I got a kid in the school, and it's funny, the words were up, I never noticed, right outside this door. I expect two things to be reinforced with my kid that to me are not value, it's a way of life, that I want the school to reinforce. Respect and kindness, and you had it up on the screen. I got the rest. My wife and I will instill values in my child, both my children. One of my children is still in this district, one of them isn't. I can handle the rest. I need you guys to focus on giving the administration the resources they need to hire the best teachers you can get. I need you to focus on making sure our kids have the best facilities that we can provide them. I need you to focus on ensuring we've got the best technology for our kids and our students, and focus on providing the best educational experience for our kids. I don't care which side you're on here. This is a joke. Every single Board of Education meeting, there is an issue. You're putting out fires. You're fighting with each other. Here, social media. The community is at each other's throats. You have a responsibility. Everyone. None of you are innocent here. Not one. Step up, because the community needs it more now than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marone. I couldn't agree more. I just want to take a moment to address the elephant in the room. I've seen a lot of social media behavior that doesn't exemplify respect from many of the people that stood up tonight and was demanding respect. So I'm just asking, because we can only go so far as a board member, but if you would like to see respect and kindness in your schools, then maybe everyone here should be held accountable for what goes on Facebook. Because I've had to read, and the cracked board, by the way. I need to call that out too, because I did my own little investigation, and it's ironic that there's an alleged host for the cracked board that is also asking for accountability and kindness when I have to read really horrible things about myself on social media. You like that one? You're taken aback by that? Because I agree. The reason why I signed up to be a board member is because after considering ways that I can give back to my community, I chose to get involved with the Board of Ed, not only as a concerned parent, but as someone who was naive enough to believe that this was a non-bipartisan situation, and I was gravely mistaken over the last few years, especially during campaign season. Being at each other's throats is not something that happens in this room. It happens on the screen at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know how you're gonna hold people accountable who are volunteering their time, who are working with administration, who, I don't know if you read the agenda, Mr. Marone, but we have a very lengthy presentation of the results of the state testing. We have things on this 43-page agenda that very much involve education. I just want to take a moment to read a response to a public comment from the October meeting before my campaign in 2022. Ironically, it was still regarding before care and after care. And I was in the seats, I was in the cheap seats at the time, and I was not elected yet. And this comment stood out to me as a parent who just was totally taken aback. Before we selected any program for our children, we did our due diligence and we decided whether or not the programs were right for them or for our family. If not, we found another program that did meet our needs. It never occurred to us to ask a program to change because we wanted something it did not provide. We found another solution. For that reason, and you addressed it somewhat quite a bit earlier, the issue that has been raised multiple times at the last meetings and unfortunately on social media by a parent is that expectations about champions had not been met. My first reaction to that parent is that he has a choice about the programs they choose for their children, and if the program is not appropriate for whatever reason they decide it would not be appropriate, they can choose another solution just like I did and most parents have done. That was spoken by Ms. Fran Cohen of Marlboro. And here we are tonight as she leads the brigade and the loudest rounds of applause in the room for parents who are disappointed by the YMCA. So maybe you could take some of Fran Cohen's advice from 2022, because I would never say that to a parent who was struggling with after-school care. Maybe you could take a page out of Ms. Cohen's advice and exhaust other options. I also want to point out that during campaign season, everyone's opinions change, ironically, to align with the people that you're looking for votes from. So I stand by what I ran on my platform. I don't believe politics belong on this board. And unfortunately, I think the divide has come from how people perceive myself because of their own expectations. But left wing, right wing, for me, it's all the same bird. We're all fighting for our children. So to divide a community, which is supposed to be a community of acceptance and tolerance and kindness and respect, because you have this illusion of a person that you believe we are as individuals, is just outright not fair. And if anyone else thinks that this is a job that they would like to step up for, then by all means, please step up. But it's been the same cast of characters. Mr. Silva, you've been the treasurer for the last 6 consecutive campaigns. So if it's an involvement of your friends and...
There's a second round of public comments.
If it's not ironic that you are also Ms. Miskowitz's daughter, there's no calling out.
Okay, we're not going to call out,
There's no
please.
calling out.
Please come up. You can come up for a second round of public comments. If you are being addressed, then you are welcome to come up for the second round of public comments and speak your piece.
This
No,
is what
not
happens
second round
now.
of comments. It
Now
needs to
she's
happen
gonna be
now.
the victim.
If there,
Everyone
because
just hang
public
tight.
comments is still not closed, so if somebody is being addressed here in the room, they should be able to come up and
Okay.
respond.
Yes, hold on. Finish your thought. We have more public comments. Go ahead.
Now I'm going to be the bully. Now I'll be accused of, turning someone into a victim. So by all means, you have 3 minutes.
We have a list still, and then you can come up and speak before
Right,
the
so-
next round.
so
After,
as we normally do it,
are
I'm
you
going to
done?
go through
He's
my
going to go
list,
through the list, and then he'll call you, and
then
you can come up and
if there's
speak.
no one else left on the list, anybody's welcome to
Yes.
speak. So next on the list is John Adley.
Those
Mrs.
were not
Held,
my words.
Mrs. Held,
Those were not my words.
Mrs. Held, you can come back up
You could take it
after
up with
the
Fran.
speakers
Those were
speak.
not
If
my
you'd like to
words.
come back, you can. Mr. Adley, please.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you all for your service. I share a lot of thoughts that was said today. This board is divided, and it's a shame. First of all, let me start by saying this. Although I've been watching you for 3 or 4 years, and I truly feel that you're the conscience of this board, I was very impressed when you actually acted the way you acted when the mother came here to report an incident with her daughter. So I don't know what transpired after that, but I thank you for what you did as a parent, and I look forward to you being on the board for another term. Danielle, same here. I know that you've been doing a lot of wonderful work with PTAs, and you have done wonderful in the last year, and I look forward to seeing you on the board for the next round as well. So best of luck.
Thank you.
Gail, you are a businessman and you're running for the board. I can't wait to see you on the board. I think you're going to bring some sense of professionalism, and I don't know what else to say, from the business world, and I look forward to doing that. Great job. And thank you for coming out to run for the board. I know it's going to be a heavyweight. Next, Mrs. President. Quite frankly, I mean, when an employee calls the police on another employee, whether it's superior or not, that instigates a feeling of intimidation and bullying. And quite frankly, some members on this board, with their actions online and when their actions calling police on others, should be on the HIB report that you report on a monthly basis, quite frankly. This is childish. And as the gentleman just mentioned over there, we need to focus more on education, on kids, on safety, on the issues that matter. And as for you, Mr. Balone, shame on you, calling the police on a colleague. You're walking on the footsteps.
This has to stop. He cannot do that to
Excuse
administration.
me, I am talking here. Excuse me, this is the public, not you. Excuse me.
All right. Oh, hold on. We're just going to finish your
Yes,
statement.
I don't like to be interrupted. I didn't
That's
interrupt
fine.
her when she
Okay,
went on a
that's-
tirade
I
earlier.
understand. Finish your statement, and then Aditi, you could speak, please.
Can you put some more time on for her,
Yeah.
please?
I need to reclaim my time. I'm being
No,
interrupted
Aditi,
here.
we can't. Go ahead, and then once you're done, if you want to speak, you can.
Mr. Balone, shame on you. You're walking on the footsteps of Mr. Hibbs, so good luck with that.
I'm going to respond.
That's okay, but let me respond to
Sure.
what you were making an allusion to, that members of the public have a right to say whatever they want. Certainly, they should not be mentioning names of students to avoid any problems with regard to student confidentiality. But with regard to employees of this district, the board members are the ones that are not permitted to make any comment in a negative fashion about employees at the public forum. But members of the public certainly have their First Amendment right to say whatever they want. They also should be cautioned. I'm not their lawyer, but they should be cautioned to know that what they say is being recorded, and therefore they could be subject to liability depending on what they say, how they say it, and who they say it to. But they have every right to say whatever they want.
Can I just say something, please?
I just want to clarify, Mr. Malone, you mentioned before you did not call, correct? Just for record here? You said you did not call.
Yes, casting shame on me for something I didn't do. I did not call the police.
1, 2, just confirm, Administration Binney or Mr. Malone, can you confirm that Officer Drum, who's our resource officer, has a office or a space in the board office building?
She doesn't have, she has,
does-
if she is in the board office, we find a space for her.
Right,
But
she
her,
does sometimes sit in the board office, correct?
she attends the board office occasionally, yes.
Okay, just want to put that out there.
I'm just gonna go to what Mrs. Stewart just said about the bullying piece and how people are being and how parents are being. But here, right now, I want to know, someone comes up and is basically justifying the behavior of a board member where
There's no behavior
where
to be
Mr.
justified.
Balone felt threatened, and they are attacking him here, calling him and comparing him to Dr. Hibbs. That to me is bullying. You're coming up here, and Mr. Balone didn't put this out there.
Aditi, you got to tread lightly. Your
You-
behavior on social media has offended a lot of
Aditi,
people.
It's the same.
This
It's
is-
the same for Mr.
I'm sorry.
You and I are not the
Coming
same.
from anyone but
We
you,
don't
this
even
comment could
think-
almost be taken
we do
seriously.
have more public comments.
Oh, that's right. We're not the same.
All right. And then we'll deliberate. You can, are you done with your speech? Okay, thank
So
you.
let's get through public comment, and then once public comment closes.
Okay, is
next
there anybody
up,
else?
Dara Any?
Hi. I didn't say anything yet. Stop wasting my time. Okay. I'm Dara Ennie, and I'm going to start by asking some of you to please put on your listening ears, because I teach preschool, because make sure your volume's up. And I also want to apologize to the board for not bringing you bagels tonight, but my husband Brian, he was working his other blue-collar job. Okay, Mrs. Gandhi? So, some of the Board of Ed members really just aren't the cream of the crop these days. And the bullying and harassing of the board members to the community on social media is just horrible. Putting down people who are their constituents because of their career, because of their beliefs in things that have nothing to do with the Board of Ed. Really? We are now attacking college-educated men who work in blue-collar jobs. Since when do BOE members do this without consequences? Since when do they post on social media without disclaimers every single time? You, as board members, can support whoever you wish. That's fine. But don't harass and bully and make up lies about other people. You can't do that to me, and you can't do that to people who have children in this district who are afraid to come up here and speak because they're afraid of retaliation, all because you hold the title of BOE member. Shame on you. Having your husband do it for you doesn't make it any better. When I was a board member, I had to back up what I said with dates and times of meetings if I said anything about something that happened. You are personally attacking people, calling names, and harassing them like a mean girl in school. We're past that. We are supposed to be examples for our children. It's just horrible. You know what? Why don't you use your time on social media instead of doing this and do what Mr. Marone said. Spend your time looking for things to make this district better. Look for technology, better technology. Find the things that'll make our teachers even greater than they already are. Do that. Somebody said it before, words matter, actions matter.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Last on the list is Dr. Agrawal. Bashan Agrawal. Dr. Agrawal.
Okay. Anybody else on the list?
No.
Okay, so we'll open up the floor now if somebody wants to come up and speak. Mrs. Cohen?
I agree with you 100%.
Wait, Mrs. Cohen, can you speak in the mic?
Mrs. Zenny, I agree with you 100%. Words matter and actions matter. Words matter and actions matter. And what I watched today of some of the members of this board and what I've seen in the past of some of the members of this board, quite frankly, are disgraceful behaviors. There is a difference between what you say and what you do. You sit here, and Mrs. Seward talks about the virtues of her coffee chats and increasing communications with the community and having conversations and inviting people to speak. And you sat here today. First, Ms. Mendez, you called out a member of this community who came up, addressed concerns with you because you didn't like that she copied the media on what she wrote. Mrs. Mendez, I remember a time when you did a press conference about a horrifically divisive issue that this community faced, and you very proudly took a position, got on television, and spoke your truth. If that was okay, how dare you sit up there today and call out somebody for doing much the same thing that you did? That was her truth. She had a concern about what happens in this board as a member of the community, and as a parent, you should never have done that. Mrs. Seward, I'm a big girl. You just called me out for a comment that I spoke here in good faith in front of you in 2022. I stand by that comment because that's exactly what my family did. And in the context of what was going on at that time with that particular gentleman all over social media and at this board month after month after month talking about the problems that he was concerned about, that was my solution. It was intended in a helpful way. It was not intended in the way you just called me out in front of these people. How dare you? Do you know what you did, Mrs. Seward? You just discouraged parents from coming to these board meetings and speaking their truth. You can't give lip service. You can't give lip service to wanting to hear from your community as an elected official and then go back 2 years to find a very well-intentioned discussion that I made or anybody else made. You are not the judge and jury of the community. We are the judge and jury of you. We get to vote for you or against you. And we'll remember this if you decide to run again.
Mrs. Cohen, thank you. A couple of things on your comment. I just thank you for coming up to the mic. The first thing is I didn't call anybody out. I said I had 2 questions, and then the community member chose to answer. I didn't call anybody out. I said I have 2 questions. So if you call that, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just going to state my piece. Second thing I want to be very, very clear on and just remind you, I didn't call the media here for policy 5756. We all remember that you did. You posted and you called your post, called call to action. You called the media here, including Michael Gottsman. You did it, I didn't. Now, did I speak with the news? And I'll be done in a moment, and then you can speak, because I'm speaking with the utmost respect to you, but if you're going to say something to me, I'm going to refute it. Second thing is, yes, I did proudly speak on a policy of a committee that I chair about a policy that I still stand behind to this day. I did speak because the news contacted us after there was a call to action on multiple Facebook pages for people to come in here and rally against the board, and I recall you posting it.
To the community, Ms. Mendez.
To the community?
I had no contacts with the media. I didn't call anybody other
that's
than
fine.
the community. Why would you lie? Why would you lie about a community member like this? This is outrageous.
I just want to be clear. I'm not here to argue with Mrs. Cohen. I'm not here to argue with you. We have different perceptions of the story. Your post is on a page that was out to everybody.
There's no back and forth.
Okay, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm speaking to you with the utmost respect. You are lying about me, and you're claiming I'm lying about you. I'm not going to argue with you any longer. Thank you for your comment.
I want to add to this. You did.
Anybody else?
No,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You did, when Mrs. De Silva came up, after she was done, you questioned, why would you try to put Marlboro in a bad light? Why would you put a school district in a bad light? So yes, you did call her out.
I have a comment.
Yeah,
Val.
That's fine.
Val, I have a comment. Just to bring it back, as a board member who was here on April 16th, when I saw that date a couple days ago, my stomach dropped. I don't know about anybody else in this room, but 416 will stay with me as a mother and as a member of this community for the rest of my life. Sitting up here, whatever you believe about that day, was one of the most emotional days of my motherhood and my time on this board. To think that our district could be having news media, again with the date 4/16, bomb threats to our schools, our children, their lives derailed. That date should mean something to every one of you who was sitting here, because that was a day that was filled with turmoil and weeks to follow. So to bring this issue back to the table 6 months later because you got a tip, and to bring this emotional just time in Marlboro's community back because of a tip 6 months after the date, about someone raising their voice in the board office and someone feeling threatened or whatever it may be, that is a lack of judgment like I've never seen, because to everybody sitting on this dais right now, that date should mean something to you, because it definitely means something to me. And when I saw it, my heart dropped.
Those are.
Thank you. Any other?
I want to add.
Were you gonna speak?
I would like to. Oh, go ahead, Chad.
Let me say something. Two things. One, we as a board have to tone it down right now. This is not setting a good example. Mr. Marone is correct. Number two, to compare what happened on 3 days ago or whenever that report was posted online to what happened on April 16th is apples and oranges to the highest level possible. They're not comparable.
I'm just saying
they are not comparable.
Do you remember what happened
Okay,
on 4/16?
let's
Of course
move.
I do.
Let's
Okay.
finish
Why
your
don't you do
statement,
this?
Chad. Let's finish your
Apples
statement,
and
and then we're
oranges.
going to move to the next public comment. Go ahead.
They're wildly different things that happened. Wildly different.
There was no.
You
All right.
just compared
wasn't
them.
making
I've done.
correlation.
I don't want to
Thank
get
you,
into a
Chad.
back and forth.
I'm not. I just want to
Argument. They're
clarify.
wildly
I'm
I would
not.
like for
I'm not
Mr.
complaining.
Okay.
I just
I
want
would
to
like for
clarify.
Chad to finish his statement, please. Nobody
Okay.
interrupted
Chad,
Mr.
Chad,
Malone.
all right.
when she
Aditi,
was
Chad has a
speaking.
voice. He can speak for himself. Okay?
All right,
You're
can
not
we-
his lawyer.
We're
But
gonna
I
move
have-
on
Apparently I
to the
can't.
next
No, I
public
just want to
comment.
clarify because he's talking
Okay.
directly to me. So I just want to clarify. I'm not comparing an incident report that was dismissed to the instance of 4/16. I'm saying the date 4/16 should evoke major emotions for everybody sitting here, and the thought of news outlets back in our children's schools on because of the date 4/16 should evoke emotion to everybody.
Thank you. We're going to move to the next public
No,
comment.
I
Oh,
just
go
want to say
ahead,
one
go
last
ahead.
thing, please. to sit there and, again, try to mislead our community, I have an issue with that. Everybody here agrees that what happened that evening of April 16th was terrible. But we knew about that incident weeks before it was actually brought up in public comments at a board meeting. All the board members knew about it. This specifically, the April 16th thing that's out there, is about a board member's behavior against our superintendent, where other members in the office felt threatened, felt scared for what was going to happen, and they had to call the police. You cannot compare that to what happened that evening. Mr. Petruno, in here, in the statement, in the police report, what happened? That happened at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. By Mr. Petruno and Mrs. Bellomo's statement, they clearly stated on April 25th meeting and meetings after that, that they went back to Mr. Bellone's office to talk about the Zittermer letter after 3:30 or 4 p.m. So those two incidents, and it's really, really important for the community to know that those are two very separate incidences. You cannot try to bring it up and put it together. They're two different things. They're both equally important. And that's all I wanted to mention, because I think what Mrs. Bellomo was trying to do is try to mix it up. They're two separate incidents.
Can we just get back to public comment, please? Because the public is here.
Agree.
This is a portion of the meeting that it's supposed to be public comment. It doesn't say board discussion. It doesn't say board answering the public. It doesn't say the board talking to the board. It says public comment. Let's have public comment. And please, let's finish this, because this is so unproductive. It's getting to be a real waste of time for everybody. And right now, it's public comment, not board response.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Yes, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sangeeta. I'm a member of the community. My two boys have graduated, one to college and one to high school. They have been involved. I have been involved, and even my kids have been involved in these meetings. And I'm so glad I didn't bring my high schooler here, because I'm ashamed of this board that is sitting here. You guys are bullying each other. You guys are name-calling each other. You guys are name-calling public, which is the worst thing that can happen. I have been in the school district since my kids were in kindergarten, and I have never seen this level of deterioration. It's appalling. Please take responsibility. Sitting in a chair to be a chairperson doesn't mean you can say or do anything. As far as transparency goes, there is no interpretation of transparency. If something has happened, it's the responsibility of the leader, market leader, to convey it to their people and then come out to the public. Incident happening is more important, or it coming out is more scary. What is scary? Someone doing that, conducting that, or behaving that way is more concerning, or that news coming out is more concerning. As a public, as a member of the community, I have full right to know, and I'm very thankful that this came out, because otherwise we would have not known what the board of members are doing and how they are behaving. Doing is one thing. Behavior is what counts. Respect for each other is what counts. And this board is a big bully, as I can see. Calling names is the worst thing that we can show in action and in words to our kids. And I really feel sorry for those who are feeling that this incident coming out to the media outlet or tipping to someone is the worst thing that has happened. Actually, that's the best thing. In fact, whatever has been said here, our lady said that you are deterring people from coming and speaking here. I would say otherwise. that actually gave me a reason to come to every single meeting here and talk about what is happening in the community and how the behavior that you guys are showing, and mind it, our kids are on social media as well. The behavior that you guys are showing is really concerning for a community that has been a very beautiful, very well-knitted community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, public comment, Mrs. Held. Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. This was a huge hardship for me to come here tonight.
Hold on. We're going to run this correctly from now on. Has anyone not spoken who still wants to speak? Because the policy says, and I'm pulling up the policy, that everyone has a chance to speak first before anybody's going to get a second turn. So let's do this the right way, and hopefully we can get this done in a peaceful
Good evening.
and
My name is
organized fashion.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take up much of your time. My name is Elsie Monroy. I live in Marlboro for 25 years, and I was brought up with a strict sense of what it is that we say and not say. We are to speak with words that inform and not misinform and confuse people. And I wish that the people who take this microphone would remember that free speech is about communicating thoughtful things that are helpful and make life beautiful and not make it confusing and difficult to follow. So I wish that some people would remember that that is what Western culture is about speaking meaningful things that inform other people about what is right and what is wrong. And so thank you. And I say these words in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Aditi, can you stop using your phone, please?
Thank you.
Can you stop using your
Ms.
telephone at the
Jankowski?
dais?
Oh, sorry. Ms. Jankowski.
Hi, Carrie Jankowski. I live in Marlboro. A few things. First, I do want to address the constant alluding to calling the police, because I'm sitting in the audience and I am a female, and I am saying that we should never shame somebody for calling the police, because I am raising my children that if they ever feel, for whatever reason, that the police need to be called, they should be called and then let it be sorted out. Mr. Ballone said that he didn't call the police. So I am envisioning tomorrow morning, Wednesday, a work day, the person who actually called the police scared to come to work. And I think that's terrible to do to them, because I'm just going to choose to believe that they called the police because they had a legitimate reason to. It wasn't a bullying tactic. It wasn't to use law enforcement. Law enforcement has better things to do than to be bullies. So the Marlboro police came because they had to. When they get a call, they have to come, no matter the reason. They came, they left without incident. It was an incident report. Mr. Petruno was not arrested. He was not carried out in cuffs. It was an incident report. There are two different things. You don't know the difference, look it up, okay? But I don't think that employee who called the police needs to be nervous coming to work tomorrow, apologizing to their boss. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cause all that for you at the Board of Ed meeting last night. So I want my children to know they should never be ashamed to call the police, especially my daughter, if she ever feels threatened. Call the cops. Next, nobody here was in that room. Nobody was in that room, and yet Ms. Mendez is being called out as if she was sitting in the room co-signing on whatever script took place. And the people that were in the room left peacefully, and they decided that nothing else should occur. And Ms. Mendez and Mr. Lalansky followed up with it. So I also think that there is a respect given between the superintendent and the Board of Ed president. Mr. Ballone told Ms. Mendez there's nothing else to do. So I also think it might be considered disrespectful if she came out and told everybody the business after Mr. Ballone said, please don't, it's fine. And then whatever else happened in the 8 days, again, nobody else knows about. So we're all judging from up on high as if you were all in a room. I can also say that I served a very short time on the board. But I will say that as a board member, I can assure you that Ms. Mendez was very transparent. I woke up in the morning to emails sent at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, constantly keeping us in the loop. And I just think that it is very unfair to say that she is hiding something or that she's not being transparent. Because I was a board member, and I am assuring you she was very transparent. Just one more second. Last but not least, the bell threw me off, Vinny. The bell threw me off. Oh, I don't have social media because of this reason. But I would like to think that if you have social media and you put your name out there with a comment, that if you're called to the carpet to answer for it, you shouldn't be affronted. However, if it's not true, then by all means, speak your piece peacefully. But if you're going to put it out there for the public, why be affronted if you're called out on the carpet? I personally don't understand that. That's why I don't have social media.
Thank you, Ms. Shankowski.
I want to make sure that everybody understands what I was saying before, because we were getting off track. But I do want to reference in our policy, which is policy 167, it says that after the member of the public has 3 minutes to make a statement, the board /administration may respond to questions and comments or questions after each individual community member is finished speaking. The community member will then be afforded a further 1-minute response time. The board administration may respond to questions, comments after this 1-minute session. If a board member is specifically named or alluded to in a community member's comments, the board member may respond immediately at the conclusion of the community member's comment. The board president will ask the board member if he or she wishes to respond at that time. So what the president's been doing has certainly been consistent with the policy, except when we get a little off track, maybe it's just time to stop making responses and responses to responses, because it says may. It doesn't say shall, and therefore it's in the authority of the chair to determine whether we want to continue with the may or we want to just continue with public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any thought. Anybody else? I think you wanted to speak, correct?
Okay. Thank you all. I am Lena Vitale. I am a 19-year-old college student, so it wasn't long ago that I was in the Marlboro Township public schools. I was hoping that I could possibly shift our focus. I had a few questions. So in the beginning of this meeting, we mentioned, I believe it was a fundraiser of sorts where local businesses helped out. So my idea that I wanted to introduce to you guys was having the Marlboro High School students help fundraise. In Marlboro High School, we had this program called Peer Leadership, where basically what we would do is we would go out into the community and try to collect gift cards for our event. So it was a fundraising event that we had. So I wanted to bring up that idea. And then secondly, I heard complaints about the YMCA earlier in the meeting. I'm not sure how their quality of care is for our children, but I was also hoping we could maybe implement something else where maybe the Marlboro High School students would, I guess, volunteer during aftercare. And I'm not saying that in a way to like replace the YMCA caregivers. I'm just saying they can maybe come in and, you know, be an extra set of hands, because that's always helpful. And then lastly, I had a question about the status of our school transportation, because I know that there is currently a school bus driver shortage. So that was just my thought. Thank you.
Can I just ask, I was trying to take notes. Can you just state your name again?
Leanna Vitale.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, I just, first of all, want to thank you for coming. It's always nice to see kids that graduated from here and in the high school come to our meetings. I know they're not, it was a little different probably than you expected, but I appreciate you coming out. Mr. Balone, do you want to speak to anything regarding those pieces of the fundraising, or that you'll, no? Okay. So I appreciate the ideas. We can certainly look into that with you. So if you don't mind, after, I'll come take a minute and get your contact information so that I could at least reach out to you via email, if you don't mind. and see kind of what you were thinking. I can't implement certain things, but it's so nice that you came and you're offering solutions and you want to know about transportation. So I could just say, I want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Val, can I say one thing?
I was like, who's speaking? Go ahead, Chad.
I want to echo that. I have a daughter going into college next year, and I have a son starting high school, and what you are doing coming up here, helping to make the middle and grade schools better with these ideas, I applaud you, so thank you. I appreciate it.
Does anybody else want to speak? Mrs. Bono.
Hi. Sorry, the microphone was blocking people in the back. Farah Bono, Marlboro, New Jersey. Good evening, Ms. Mendez, members of the board, my fellow community members. I think most of my colleagues, Liz, they all left today. But and with good reason. I wanted to thank Mr. Marone, as well as other community members, Ms. Jankowski, for speaking about the climate of these board meetings, because it really is the climate. I also want to thank Ms. Vitale for redirecting you, because as I've said in the past, the primary focus of the Board of Education is not to deal with the daily functions of the school district, but to deal with and represent what the community members want, fiscal responsibility for the budget, things of that nature. If every sentence that our board responds with is I, it's not representative of the community or the school district. We need to be focusing on the students of Marlboro need, or the students of Marlboro should have, or this is how we could best service the students of Marlboro. So I hope that we can kind of take a step back. I thank you for all your service. You are volunteers, even though you have been elected. It's not a paid position and it's a lot of hours. But let's try and refocus ourselves to doing what is best for the students of Marlboro. Thank you. Because we're only on page 5 of a 43-page agenda.
Yes. And thank you, Mrs. Bono. Anybody else want to speak? Okay. I think everybody that didn't speak spoke, so now Mrs. Held.
I just want to say that this was a true hardship for me to come here tonight. I'm a single mother. I don't have family around here. My father is 87 and lives an hour away, and he's still at my house with my daughter. And I know you were trying to make your own point, but I felt that you undermined what myself came here to say, as well as other parents, regards to the YMCA. When I moved here 4 years ago, I had 2 things in mind. I wanted a better education for my daughter. I am a New York City school teacher for 28 years, and I came here for an education for my 8-year-old daughter. I'm close to retirement, so I don't care. I have 3 more years. I thought about getting a babysitter, another route. But
it's a minute in the response after.
I couldn't do it. Please, don't undermine the people that use that support of the YMCA. I'm not downplaying the Y. I'm just upset of what I said before. So I just want that to be heard.
Thank you, Mrs. Held.
I just want to reiterate that those were not my thoughts. I was just quoting someone else's public comment. I agree with everything you're saying, and I utilize the program myself. If we're aiming for transparency, though, Champions was not the cheapest option either, and no one's talking about right at schools. Why isn't anybody bringing up the fact that we didn't go with the more affordable, most affordable choice that came through our RFP process? Also, Champions was in the district for 20 years. They knew the families for 20 years. We are 5 weeks into the school year. So we also have to allow for the YMCA to settle into the district. What happened to your daughter is completely separate, by the way. That's not, I'm sorry, I'm not downplaying that at all. That is not settling in. That's not what I meant by that at all. But a 20-year relationship with members of the community versus a 6-week relationship with members of the community is something to be recognized, because Champions worked very much with families, as the YMCA has also worked with families as well. We hired the YMCA, and if there's issues with the YMCA, why aren't you contacting the YMCA? Like, the contract has been signed. We had a role in hiring them, of course, but there's complaints coming to the board tonight that we have no control over. Our control is over now. It's that we hired them, and I'm sorry that there are families that are experiencing an underwhelming experience with the YMCA, but it's not something that is going to be fixed tonight here in front of us. So I was not undermining you. Please don't paint that picture.
And just, I'm sorry, we can't have a back and forth, so if you want to make one last thing. I just wanted to say.
Can I? Yeah, sorry, Val. Can I just ask a question?
Yeah. Well, are you asking it of us or?
No, of Ms. Held. If she wouldn't mind just.
Mrs. Held. Do you
yeah, no, you don't have to respond right now. Just I'm trying to understand, because I had written down as you were speaking your questions from the first comment, and I understand you said that it's costing you more than Champions. So I don't want to. I'm not asking you to share. Oh. Sorry, I was looking for you over there. I'm not asking for you to share the pricing publicly, because I don't want to. But if you wouldn't mind, just if you could share with us what you were, if you wouldn't mind sharing what you were paying last year versus this year, because everything on the RFP that I'm seeing is showing that it should be cheaper.
Right, or Mrs. Held, if you'd like, we can email you if you don't feel like you
and I
share
can email you
if you want to share
my stuff. But I will just quickly say, what is costing me more money was, and as you said earlier, one of the things it could be rectified was that there were 2 separate registration fees for before and after care. Secondly, and again, let's just say I'm off February week in New York City. I don't need extra child care that whole week. So when I pay in February, I have to pay for the entire month the same days. So I'm paying an extra week of money.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and you don't have to respond to this. I just want to give you the best advice that I think I can. In August, the YMCA came to give a presentation, and during that presentation, they did mention, I forget her name, the lady from
Stacy Listella.
Mentioned that a lot of people were seeing 2 registrations, as Val had mentioned, and one would fall off when you follow through to the end of the checkout process. So if you listen, I know we're all busy, so if you didn't get a chance to catch that presentation,
I didn't. I was away.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
But it discouraged me from registering for the.
Understood. I could see how that could happen. So
thank you.
I think that that's one thing, and also. As far as the flexibility and the cost, if you're not going to use it for the whole week, she even mentioned that, as far as flexibility, their system is set up so that, however the system is to register for the month. But if you have specific issues pertaining to using specific days per month, she said they're more than willing to work with families to make it work for them, to reach out to her. So I would definitely reach out, explain the situation, because I have a feeling from what she explained during the presentation, it sounded like if you have days that you're not used, they can either carry them over or use the drop-in rate of $20 a day instead of having to pay for those days. She said as long as you're registered in the system, you can use the drop-in, even if you're not signed up for 0 days a month. Yeah, so I just wanted...
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You got
awesome.
it. Thank you, Mrs. Held.
Thank you.
Ms. Maglio?
So, I understand that we're not going to get a new child care program tomorrow or in a month or in whatever. My question is, how long is this contract for? And when will we have the option to vote as a community whether or not we want to reevaluate and pick a different program? In terms of answering the question about sharing costs, I do not mind. I'm sure my husband would not mind. I can't compare last year's costs to this year's costs. They're different programs. Everything goes up every year. But what I will say is that I am paying $50 more per month this year for 1 fewer day of care. So I'm paying for 3 days of care this year. I paid for 4 days of care last year. I am paying $50 more per month. Okay. To what you were saying in terms of flexibility with schedule, it is true. If I need 2 days a week this week and 4 days a week next week, as long as I'm hitting my days for the month, they will allow that. However, if we are off for a winter break or some kind of break, we are still paying because we pay a month in advance. I had one more thing. If that's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I lost it. So we're talking about schedules and, when we were with Champions or any other company that utilizes a weekly schedule, you can go in and visually see what you have signed up for. You could do the whole year in September if you want to. With this, you email them a week before, but there is nothing to visually see, and you're relying on somebody else to make sure that your child's care is managed. And as I shared before, it was poorly mismanaged. In my case, as well as 2 other families who were unfortunately unable to come tonight due to their own child care issues. They had to stay home with their children.
And I'm sorry, I just want to confirm, did you feel that it was rectified? You said you're on top of it, or did you need me to reach back out to you?
I'm pestering Robertsville every single week to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Did you need me to connect you with somebody, or you've connected with them?
No, I have thank you. I have the contact information and I do reach out to them, but I feel like it is one more thing that I have to do. I have to make sure that my emails are set to go out on Monday morning every single week for what the schedule is.
Understood.
Isn't there the dashboard?
Thank you.
There's
You
a
cannot
dashboard.
schedule through the dashboard. You have to email, I think
No,
her name
you
is.
could see the schedule on the dashboard.
For your child's attendance. That was never shared with me, so if there
No,
is.
it's the same dashboard that you use to register them and send the files over. That's where you can see the activity of what days your
So what we'll
child
do,
is.
Ms. Maglio, is let us, I'm not
If
familiar with
there-
that dashboard, but let us find out, and then we'll contact
If you could share that, that would be
You got it.
helpful and save me some time.
Thank you, Mrs. Maglio. Did anybody else? Mr. Cohen?
I'm Brian Cohen, Marlboro. I did a lot of work looking at the stuff for the Y, Mr. Caravello. When you compare prices or compare proposals in a
Mr. Cohen, can you just raise the mic? I'm sorry.
When you compare prices in an RFP state, right, you compare the prices within the RFP. Proposer to proposer, right? YMCA's proposed price to Champion's proposed price. Not Champion's proposed price to what YMCA charged another district, not what Champion's proposed price was last year to what YMCA is proposing this year. You compare apples to apples. And in all the documentation that you provided to me through my Oprah request to you, right, everything indicated that the price for the Y was more expensive than the price for Champion. Why is this board continue to make sure that they confuse the public by comparing the current price to the Y to being more than or less than what the Champions provided in cost outside of this RFP last year? That is misleading, it's misguiding, and it's incorrect. Everything I've seen indicates that the Champions price was less. Your charts that you shared indicated that. Am I wrong?
I mean, I shared you with what was public record.
I guess I guess I'm not wrong. Thank you.
I just want to clarify for the public also, because I feel like, there are some misconceptions here. Our previous provider was here unopposed on no RFP, on no competitive contract, and was just awarded about 20-something years ago, and they replaced the YMCA. That's number one. Number two, we did the same RFP a year prior, and we renewed Champions, who was not the lowest cost, but we renewed them, and that was not an issue. So now it's an issue.
Am I understanding this? Can I have a little clarity? There was no RFP process when Champions was originally hired?
Correct.
They just were brought in?
A little over 20 years ago, the YMCA was the aftercare provider. Then Champions was brought in. There was no RFP process. They were awarded the contract within the district. They stayed for 20 years with no RFP conducted within the 20-year span. We conducted the RFP in 2023, and we got back the results. Champions was not the cheapest, but because we did not have the timing to transition off of Champions, we selected Champions again, not the cheapest option. We then went to RFP again. So that's what
Well,
Mr.
Mr.
Carafell
Cohen,
is saying.
all due respect, you've deemed yourself an expert at the RFP process. Why have you never questioned the districts why there wasn't one at all for champions?
Because I had no idea that there was no RFP, because this board did not actually convey that information. I guess I would probably bet that everyone on this board did not know that there was an
Well,
RFP
my children weren't in the district
prior
20
to
years
you
ago.
joining the board. So questioning me about whether or not this board had had an RFP prior for champion is a little ridiculous, Ms. Seward.
No.
Mr. Caravello, you had just justified absolutely every single reason why RFPs are done. They're done to sort of drive the market and to determine the best price for this district. And by doing the RFP, you actually did achieve that. You brought the price down. The only difference is you didn't select the vendor that had the lowest price. You selected the vendor that had the higher price of the two that you had in finals. That's what happened. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Cohen. I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt you.
that's fine.
A bid, you have to go by lowest price per New Jersey purchasing law.
not.
This
But
was
it's
an
best
RFP.
value.
But so there's a valuation criteria that was not measurable by percentage. There was a valuation criteria in the RFP that measured certain things such as program, so overall security for the district, price. Price was not the only factor that the board was determining on who they were selecting.
But you've heard from the public that that was a big factor for them. And the fact that there was no measurable criteria for this particular RFP. As complicated as it was in measuring security, measuring programmatic information, measuring price, measuring services, measuring overall value to the parents who were paying the bill, there was no measurable criteria for this board to be able to say conclusively this was a winner. It was a gut feeling as opposed to anything else.
Thank you.
It was not a gut feeling, as you can see with my spreadsheets. We actually recorded every RFP that came in here. I reviewed them in my office. I proposed them to the board, as you can see in the emails that were released. And then we decided to interview the candidates that were put forward for selection. I believe we interviewed about 5 or 6. Similar process to what we did the previous year. And again, that wasn't the only measurable goal each time we did an RFP for before and after care.
And just to remind the public, it was unanimous with everyone except for myself because I wasn't present for that meeting. So it wasn't the 6 of us. It was everyone voting for the YMCA. So the grievances need to be taken up with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
not
you.
Here
Thank
on
you.
social media and the
Thank
correct
you,
board you
Annette.
did though.
Any other comments?
I'm Sangeeta, and I'm just listening to what has been told about YMCA. What I would say is that in any project management, and I know all of you are coming from background from office work and you are leaders, the most important thing is communication. And if you are implementing a new program, you need to have a person, which we call SPOC, to do that. I see that Board of Education has become a liaison between YMCA and the community. So this should not have happened. That should be one of the criteria, as the gentleman before me said, that not just the money, it should be how you implement. And as you said, you deferred it for a year, but still, I hear a lot of people talking about it. I personally don't use it, but listening to their problems and comments, it seems that they are not technologically advanced, which is we are in the world of AI. They are not having a service that should be needed, especially when you are dealing with younger kids and
Thank you.
parents who are already anxious.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Mr. Grant?
All right, that was a long one. Okay, so I don't know how much time I spent to come back and speak again, observing a fiasco of a very desperate board member who've been campaigning for her friends to run for the Board of Ed over the last few months, bullying and trolling various community members online, really desperately trying to suck drama out of her thumb in order to try to depict this board member over here as a monster, where in all reality, I wish everyone on the planet that if God forbid their child is at risk, I want Aldo Petruno to be next to my child, protecting my child, because no one over here cares for anything other than trying to go at this man And all this man cares for is our children, and he will walk through a door, he will run through a door, he will push a door open, he will do whatever he needs to do to protect our children. I know him personally at this point. I vouch for it. I would take all of my 3 children, leave them with Aldo. I will turn around and never look back knowing that they're safe. One more thing I'm going to add, if you will allow me. I was personally targeted and harassed online, especially ridiculously at night during the last few days. There were a few board members involved. They did not speak in behalf of themselves, not as board members. They did speak in behalf of them being as board members because they did not know so. I will send a memo to the board president with information and screenshots of what was discussed when and how and in what manner. And I need either an apology from the board for what was done to me and at least 2 or 3 of other community members that were personally targeted, or an explanation of how is it okay for a board member to invest her or his time instead of serving our children, harassing and bullying community members online. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Oh.
Hi, Eli Alam, real quick. Just want to say one thing. This whole theater about what happened in April has nothing to do with Mr. Balone. You don't care about Mr. Balone. You don't care about what happened. This is all about the elections, let's be clear. And if God forbids anything should happen to one of your kids, you better pray that there's someone like Aldo on the board to advocate for them.
Thank you. Okay. Motion to close public comments. Second, Annette. Any discussion? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead. Mr. Balone, the HIB report.
Report on harassment, intimidation, and bullying. From September 6th through October 10th, there were 3 incidents reported. Just on that note, just want to highlight, I think I mentioned this in September as well, we are seeing historic lows on HIB confirmed cases in our school district. I have in front of me here the last 6 years, and we're at the lowest percent HIB confirmed in the last 6 years.
That's great. Thank you. Upcoming meeting dates, Tuesday, November 19th and Tuesday, December 17th. Okay. Michael Lolansky, approval of minutes resolution.
Sure. Approval of minutes resolution. Number 1, approval of minutes. Be resolved that the minutes of the following meetings be approved as submitted. August 20th, regular executive. September 10th, 2024, regular and executive. I so move.
Do we have a second? Ashley? Roll call? I'm sorry, discussion? Roll call?
Dr. Miskowitz?
Just remember your microphone, I'm sorry. That's okay.
I'm saying yes for everything except the executive on September 10th, that it was not there.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Paterno?
Yes.
Mrs. Palomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Abstain from August 20th, yes to September 10th.
Thank you. Mr. Olonsky?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Sorry.
I'll take the...
Yeah, thank you.
This is the vote for... Mrs. Hayward, this is the vote for the minutes, approval of minutes August 20th and September 10th for regular and executive?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Vinny, the Secretary of Business Administrative report.
So this is the monthly payroll certification and board secretary's monthly certification for the month ending in September 2024.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to committee reports. Dr. Miskowitz, curriculum.
During our recent curriculum committee meeting, Mrs. Gross provided the committee with an overview of the NJSLA 2024 test results. She will be presenting that this evening. She also explained how Marlboro Township Public Schools test data closely aligns to the state test as well as the state standards. The local data is more timely and provides specific information to support teaching and learning as compared to the state test data, which doesn't come in as in a timely manner. Mrs. Gross explained how the district data specialists and instructional administrators analyze the data and then provide one-on-one and group support for teachers and administrators. Once it gets to the building level, that the data is discussed and analyzed with principals, supervisors, instructional coaches, and teachers. Then it gets to the nuts and bolts of education, the classroom level, where the data is then ready for the teacher to provide the necessary instruction for all students, including enrichment, support, and remediation. Common assessments, or CAs, are administered 4 to 5 times a year. This gives not only teachers, but the data specialists and administrators an opportunity to review results not only within the schools, but across the district to assess what is working and what changes may be necessary. These compilation of results can also be useful in determining curriculum development as well. This process provides the opportunity for teachers to utilize their time developing instructional activities and teaching. Other topics which were discussed included the supplemental support students receive with Power, Leap, and Rise. This year we have new textbooks in science which are providing more hands-on instruction. And Marlboro students have the opportunity to work on IXL and achieve 3,000 during summer recess. Annette, was that okay?
Is that, you finished, Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Safety and security?
Yep, safety and security. Safety and security met this evening, right before the meeting. We had a very in-depth discussion on the safety and security involved in the use of our buildings after hours when the schools are not in session. We can continue that discussion tonight in executive session with the full board and then convey recommendations to, most likely, to policy committee afterwards. We also discussed and had a report on the current lobby guard system, which we were discussing with the board as well in executive session. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Miskowitz, special education?
We did not have a special ed meeting, but we did have a group meeting with special ed committee, CPAG, scope, and special services administrators. So, and Mrs. Tyrone was kind enough to write up some minutes for me to read today, so thank you. Last Tuesday, the Special Education Committee met with CPAG, Scope, and Special Services Administration. The purpose of this meeting was for everyone to understand what CPAG does and what Scope does for our community. CPAG is an advocacy group mandated by the state of New Jersey in which each district has one for families. Scope is a group run by district parents that fundraises and promotes special education events for the special education programs within the district while promoting inclusivity. We had an in-depth conversation about making sure that CPAG and Scope work collaboratively to support the students within the district. We spoke about making both groups more visible to the community and making sure that everyone is aware of what each brings to the district. We will be having a brief presentation at the November board meeting to highlight both groups' activities in the Marlboro community. Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding policy committee, so we met a few times, but we met this morning and we were able to include Tom Enney. He is the network administrator. So we have a couple of policies that you'll see are up for first and second read, but one of the policies that you're going to hear us talking about, and obviously then board members will talk through that too, is the implementation of an artificial intelligence policy to kind of get ahead of that. And so we just talked about, we didn't write anything, we just had conversation. Mr. Enney talked about network parameters, you know, what the bandwidth here, and a variety of other things. We talked about just brainstorming requirements, any sort of consent to use the AI by families prior to the implementation. You know, what would it look like with prohibited lists? So it was all just really conversation. But we just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation in policy. Okay, so I will now turn it over to Morgan Gross. You are going to present, I think it's on this list, the NJSLA 2024 test results. Take it away, Morgan.
I just want to make sure. Okay, it's on. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. My name is Morgan Gross. I'm the Assistant Superintendent, and I'm going to present the NJSLA results from spring 2024, which is the spring that just passed. I turned down the lights a little bit so you can see this, but before we go into the slides, I want to preface with the fact that this is it is an important piece of information, as we discussed during our curriculum committee, and Dr. Miskowitz did a nice job of summarizing our data processes that I went over. I actually shared the same presentation with the DOE a couple years ago. Actually, Michael Ballone and I met with them on different occasions, because we do have a very tight data process. So I'll talk a little bit about that as I present the results. But I think it's important to acknowledge that even the state looks at this as one piece of information to really understand where kids are at, and we certainly use that information as well. So even on the ISRs, which is the individual student report that were sent home to parents recently, states that this assessment is just one measure of how well your student is performing academically. So even the state acknowledges that. We do use it to inform our at-risk kids, RTI, and for programs like our Power, Leap, and Rise. And it also is important when considering what we need to do to improve teaching and learning. So just to orient you with the screen, you'll see, and just also want to say that this presentation will be posted to our website tomorrow, and we'll also have a curriculum newsletter go out. I know this was announced by the Communications Committee. We're going to have a curriculum newsletter that will go out with all the information that parents really need to fully understand our data points, where to find information about our curriculum, and how it all kind of ties together, and this will be a part of that. So this will be, I know it's a lot to look at right now, which is why I turned off the lights, but just know that you'll have the ability to really analyze it more closely starting tomorrow. So this first screen is our English Language Arts results. And we talked a lot about how we did between 2023 and 2024, so I made sure that we included the comparable data on this presentation, just kind of receiving that feedback from the curriculum committee. So I think what you'll see on the right part of this chart, where you see meeting expectations level 4, is essentially what you would call passing, where students get a score of 750 or higher. On the very far right columns, where it says levels 4 and 5, those are percentages of students that either got a level 4 or 5. So that's a good column to look at to see how many of our kids are actually essentially passing, and then you can see how they did in 2023 versus 2024. We also spoke a lot about, which is worth talking about, is the kids that are close to passing, and that's something that we look at as a district as well. So if I were to, so again, this is English Language Arts. You can see it's grade 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, all the way down through 8. Grade 3 is where they start to take the assessment, which is why we don't see grade 1 and 2 or kindergarten. And something that I think is worth celebrating is last year, I actually went back and watched our October 2023 board meeting just so I could see where our concerns were, and we spoke a lot about grade 3 and 6. And we actually had our supervisors here, you know, because it's important to them. We do take this very seriously. And grade 3 was a concern, and we spoke a lot about the possibility of kids not being exposed to the types of questions or what the test looks like in regards to what the items look like. A lot of those questions, a lot of the test items, for example, will be multi-part, drag and drop, clicking multiple pieces. So kids have to kind of acclimate to what that test looks like.
Sorry, Maureen, what grades were those?
Grade 3.
3, okay.
Grade 3. Grade 3 was part of the discussion, so was 6. So 3 was, again, I also want to mention too, and I'm sorry to backpedal a little bit here, but we don't get these test scores until recently. So that's part of the reason why we don't put a lot of, if we could get this information in a more timely fashion, I think we would be able to use it a little bit more. And we have expressed this to the state, and they are aware of it, that we would love to have it, and not just us, I mean, districts across the state would like it to be timely and specific, which is why we rely very heavily on our common assessments. Going back to grade 3, you'll see in 2023, 62% had levels 4 and 5, and we jumped up to 70%. And I have to give credit where it's due, which is our supervisors, our data specialists, our instructional coaches, and our teachers they really do take this very seriously. And it's become a very big part of what we do, analyzing data, making sure that kids are getting what they need. We talked a little bit about what the reason was, and in fact, the school districts in the regional area actually were so impressed by our numbers that they wanted to meet to share some of the things that we were doing, and same with the other way around. We want to learn what other districts are doing as well, so that we can learn from them and make ourselves better always, because that's what we do. We're always looking to see what we can do better and how we can reach more kids. So we did share that, we think that there was a little bit of more focus on exposing kids to certain question types. We brought down, access to Achieve 3000, which is an online program we use, which is differentiated, so kids can read at their level, and it will kind of adapt as they become better readers. And those questions are also tightly aligned to the standards. So we are very proud of the plus 8 points. We also looked at grade 6, which historically, the middle school standards do get more rigorous. Kids are not just citing from one text, they're citing from multiple texts. They're trying to pull from, 2 or 3 texts and trying to find a common theme. They're pulling multiple pieces of evidence. Everything becomes more rigorous, and which is why we kind of see a dip, because the standards become more rigorous. But even there, we see grade 6, those kids went up 7 points as well. So lot to celebrate, over 70% for levels 4 and 5. But again, we use this information absolutely to see where we can do better. The kids in level 3 are those kids that are very close to passing, but they're not quite there. Those are the kids that we typically will invite to be a part of our programs, Power, Leap, and Rise. And that's actually going to be starting soon. Parents will start to receive information about that. And it's also used in our RTI processes, where teachers will pull kids and start to meet with them based on assessments. So information has already started to be gathered, and teachers will work with kids in a small group to try to get them. And our CA data, I have to say again, our data specialists do an amazing job of pulling all sorts of data points to see how we can predict how they're going to do in the NJSLA. And our common assessments are so well aligned to the standards that they do predict how well our kids are going to do on the NJSLA. So we using the CAs is critical for us to make sure that kids can move up to that meeting expectations level 4, and then of course exceeding them. Another thing I think is important to mention, and again, I'm just giving you context. So our kids, and I think you'll hear this from Miss Mortar, she's going to present on DLM after this. Something to be understood about the NJSLA is, one, most special education students are expected to take NJSLA, and they are receiving accommodations, modifications according to their IEP all year long. And they're texts and assessments are differentiated for them. The NJSLA is not differentiated for them. They are expected to take their grade level assessment with their peers. So even if they're reading at a second grade level and they're in fourth grade, they have to take the fourth grade test with limited modifications and accommodations that they might be used to throughout the school year. So that's another thing that we have shared with the state that we would like to, you know, they're aware. But I think it's important information for you to know that the test does look not the same as what they might be seeing in the classroom every day. But I feel that there's a lot to celebrate here. And again, we met with the regional school districts and we shared what we're doing because that's what we do. We have a very good relationship with our local districts. And they were very impressed with these scores, and we shared what we've been doing to reach them. And we have been top in the regional area. We are either 1 or 2 in most of these grade levels. All right, so let's go on to math. Math, again, I have some information that will kind of help you understand this. Again, this is a lot of data. You know, definitely have a chance to observe or analyze it a little more closely later. But again, grade 3, we see a big jump, 69 to 78, another 9 points up. Again, that was an area of discussion last year. And we also took this information, and I have to say, Ms. Caliente, our math supervisor, and our data specialists who focuses on math have done intensive work with 1 grade level last year to really dig in deep of where we can get our scores even higher. And what they've been, for example, what they've been looking at is teacher-created assessments. So we create common assessments, which means that every kid takes the same assessment. But they've been working with teachers to really create solid teacher-created assessments that are tightly aligned to the standards, really unpacking the standards, understanding what they mean. And so even like something as simple as a do now or a quiz or a homework assignment should always be aligned to the standards because number one, the kids are getting exposure to those standards and learning from them and honing those skills, but they're also giving the teachers feedback so that they can remediate as needed. It was so successful that they were able to see that those kids did jump up at NJSLA, and now this year, she's taking that more broadly to work with other grade levels because it was so effective, and even she's already had meetings at the board office where math teachers were able to come together, create assessments together, really analyze teacher-created assessment standards. So I'm looking forward to seeing next year's data to see how that improves. But really looking all the way down, you see that we, for the most part, have either stayed about the same or have jumped up. Grade 8 does look concerning, and I think there might be a good explanation that is worth discussing. One, there's a future slide that you'll see the number of kids that took the assessments. Algebra 1 and geometry, those kids, so the way our math classes are set up, kids, we have with grade level class, which is like 7B, 8B, for those of you who have kids in middle school, you might be familiar with that, or upper elementary. 7C is grade 8 grade level, so they're skipping a grade level. 7 accelerated, which is usually a small group of kids, those kids are taking algebra, so they're even, they're 2 grade levels ahead. 8B and then 8C is algebra. What we're seeing is that we actually gained 37 algebra kids, which means 37 kids advanced in math, which is a huge celebration. However, what happens is those kids take the Algebra 1 test and they do not take the grade level test. So what happens is those Algebra 1 and geometry kids do not take the grade 8 assessment. So you take the kids that are very strong in math and they're not taking grade 8. So you see this dip, not just for us. We've compared it across districts and the state, and we're seeing the same trend. But again, we'll always look to see where we can get those other kids up. That's always our goal. That we're in education, we always look to improve. That's what we do. But I think it's still worth mentioning that we've gained 37 Algebra 1 kids, which were taken out of that group of grade 8 kids taking the grade 8 assessment. And again, we have been doing some intensive work, or Ms. Caliente has, with the data specialist, and we've seen that the work that they did last year was so effective with the 1 grade level that she's going to go broader with that. So I'm looking forward to seeing the results of that. And still, in grade 8, we were number 2 in the region. So only a couple percentage points below number 1. Science, the state acknowledges that this is a problematic assessment. They're working on it. But we were number 1 in the region, so that's something to be said. I presented on our student achievement back in May, and I mentioned that our students are getting into magnet programs, you know, hundreds of kids getting into Freehold Regional High School District. And I think these test scores, while they don't look amazing, again, the test is problematic, we see that the results are in other areas, like looking at who gets into these magnet programs. We also, our science supervisor, Ms. Labuza, is currently working on, well, they just got new textbooks in grades 6 through 8 to make sure that the kids are getting access to up-to-date books, hands-on learning, tightly aligned to the standards, and she's even gone as far as making sure that the grade 8 kids have access to grade 6 and 7 content so that they can review or go back to content before the NJSLA. We're also looking at schedules, we look at PD, so we're always looking for areas to support teachers and to support our students. This part will go fast, but the last couple slides will go a little faster. I know we're getting late here. So this is the slide that I was talking about, how you can see Algebra 1, we went from 166 kids to 203, and the rest of the numbers you'll see are consistent. So it shows we do have a jump, 37 kids. This is our data in comparison. This is English language arts comparing us to the state, and you can see that we are knocking it out of the park when it comes to the state. I'm just going to put that up there just for a couple more seconds so you have a chance to look at that. And again, you'll have a chance to really analyze this, I promise. Here's math. I do want to highlight that even you'll see the 8th grade kind of like going down a little bit, even in the state level. It's definitely an area to look at. I think it's, you know, I taught 8th grade actually here in the district. I'll always consider myself a teacher first. But I will say that the timing of this test is not ideal because the 8th grade by May, they definitely are thinking about, you know, 8th grade dance. There's a lot of fun activities. It's actually a great time. It was probably my favorite grade to teach here in the district. There's a lot of celebrating. And unfortunately, because again, the state mandates this, I wish we could do it earlier, like we could pick a more ideal time, but they give us a window that we have to test kids. There's even standards that they're covering after they've taken it. So they might not even have everything that they need to be successful. Definitely just want to give you some context. Here's science.
Mrs. Gross, can I ask you a question while we have science up?
Sure.
Elementary age, we were doing half your science, half your social studies. This year we've changed, correct? Mm-hmm. Do you think that has an impact because the kids who have learned science in the beginning of the year, by the time they get to the CAs, they've not retained, or?
It's a really good question. I think it's definitely worth looking into. I actually, that was part of my conversation with the regional school districts. I wanted to look at their schedules to see what that looks like because, you know, obviously we have math and ELA we need a lot of time for, but I want to make sure that we're also building in enough time for science, especially because we're a tested area. So that is certainly a change, and it's something that we want to make sure we're consistent with and making sure that the kids are getting the instruction that they need. There's creative ways of doing that too. I've seen teachers teach during ELA science material, but applying ELA skills. So maybe that they might need some even just support in professional development on how to do that well. So it's definitely something on our radar that we're looking into. So it's a good question.
Thank you.
And then this is some demographic information. This is required by the state for us to share with you. So I'm not going to go through it all, but again, you can definitely take a look at it starting tomorrow. So ELA, and then mathematics. And something that I think is worth mentioning, because I thought it was interesting when I looked at the regionals data, because again, we share everything with each other. You'll see a kid who was in, a Hispanic kid in algebra, and they'll say 100%, but it was one kid. So be aware that these are percentages, and sometimes it can be misleading when you see the 100%, and then you realize it's only one student. So just be mindful of that. Science, oops, sorry about that. And then here's some resources. I wanted to end though on something I thought was important, because Michael and I actually went to a really good training recently, and I think it speaks to, and actually we spoke to our senator. It was all the superintendents, assistant superintendents, instructional leaders in really Monmouth County. It was a packed room, and we heard from a keynote speaker that spoke a lot about what is needed to make someone successful, and this was someone who is having teacher of the year. And this was a man who was the kid that didn't do well in school, and here he ended up being teacher of the year. He had an amazing story. I showed you the presentation last May of student achievement, and I think there's more to our students than NJSLA. We saw kids here present on respect. We're talking about character building. We want to have kids that are able to collaborate, can engage in discourse, can use evidence, can solve problems respectfully. So all those things that make you successful are also part of what we want to make sure kids are learning. So while test scores are a good piece of information to see what we need to do instructionally, I think it's also important to understand that it's only one piece of information. Even the state acknowledges that. So I'll end at that. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't have any, but thank you so much. I know that was a lot of information, and it's nice to see that, when you said that we're second in the region. So thank you so much for that, Morgan. I appreciate it so much, and thank you for all you do.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And if you have questions later, you can always ask.
Yeah, sorry, Morgan. Real quick, just the slides. You said that you're going to send them over?
They're going to be, we'll communicate it out through an email blast.
Okay.
It will also be on our website, and I also am going to put together a very simple, parent-friendly newsletter before the end of the week that will put not just this information, but everything that connects to it, like placement. Placement information is important because, this is what we don't use this for placement because of the timing and because we don't have the we don't have the details of the test. But just everything that has to do with curriculum will be in one spot, just so that parents can know who to call for questions or see where to find information on curriculum. Like if I have a question about curriculum, who do I go to? Just everything a parent would want in like a nice simple one-page document that they can access everything in one shot. Now that back to school nights are over, I think it's a good time for that. And now that we have this information out there.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I'm now going to turn it over to Mrs. Allie Mortar. She's going to present the DLM 2024 test results.
Good evening, everyone. Mine is much shorter because it's a much smaller assessment. I'm Allie Mortar. I'm the Supervisor of Special Services, and I am also a coordinator for our DLM test. So the DLM stands for Dynamic Learning Maps. It's the alternate state assessment for the NJSLA. And just so that you know, as a disclaimer, it is a special education assessment, and it only really is eligible for about 1% of our population because it's for our students that have the most significant needs. So the DLM is a tiered assessment. It is entirely different in its structure from the NJSLA test. It is individualized based off of student responses on how much prompting is involved and what level they come in based off of our survey that we do initially through our teachers. Our students are all tested on the grade level that they are currently enrolled in, and it will really modify as needed. So if a student is coming in at a certain level and they do not do very well, it will tier down to see if they do better at a more modified pace and more modified level. If they do very well, they might keep it at the same level or tier up to see if they're ready for the challenge. But it truly is an individualized approach. Who can take the DLM? So yes, this is a special education assessment, but as Mrs. Gross mentioned, a lot of our students in special education still take the NJSLA. They have to meet these criteria elements in order to be eligible to take this test. And when you look at the state standards, they address all of our public schools with the same directive of you should be in a 1% range on who is eligible to take this test. Our child study team looks at this criteria every year and revisit it every year for our students with an IEP, and it's discussed at your annual meeting if your child is eligible to take this state test for grades 3 through 8. And that doesn't mean that if they take the DLM in 3rd grade, that they necessarily would have to take the same assessment when they go to 4th grade, because we revisit those results and we really look at how well the student is doing throughout the school year to see if it's still an appropriate assessment for them. The DLM is administered in very different from our NJSLA. NJSLA blocks out a certain portion of days for each grade level, and they have to stay in that testing range. For our students in taking the DLM, there's a flexible approach. We're given a very extended window for our testing. So usually it's the beginning of April and it goes until the end of May. And our teachers have the discretion to say, my kids are having a great day today. I'm gonna give them a couple of testlets to see how they do, to really capitalize on their attention and how well they're feeling. But if they need more time, if they're not having a great day, if they're tired, if they're just not feeling well, we have that flexibility to say, John is not going to take it today, but Mary will. And that's okay, because we know how many testlets have to be achieved for each content area for each of our students being tested. The same number of testlets are required for all of our kids, but each testlet is incredibly different based on how they're responding. Our parents received the scores if your child took the DLM, same as if you received your scores for the NJSLA. But the scoring is very different. It doesn't have a number attached to it. It has these 4 different levels. So it's emerging, approaching the target, at target, and advanced. This is a reflection of using the essential elements. So when we talk about the NJSLA, we're talking about state standards. The essential elements take the state standards and go down to the foundational elements of those standards to ensure that we are doing grade level content, but at a more approachable and reasonable way to present that information to see if our students have that understanding. Emerging really is where our students are at that lowest level of the tiering. So if that testlet has gone down, it will only go to the emerging level. That will be the lowest it will go. The highest is advanced, and generally that gets us closest to that state level standard. And when we look at the scores of our learners, especially when we get these results, we really highlight the students that come in advanced, and we talk to our child study team so that they're in the loop, letting them know that they did exceptionally well in this content area in their testing last spring. The performance level descriptors really go over how the levels were tiered and how they came across their score. The parents receive a graph with their scores for each content level, and it will let them know areas of mastery. If they took a testlet with 7 questions, they might have received 6 correct out of the 7, so that they can really see how their child performed on that assessment. And then for further review on interpreting your results, there is a link on here that I definitely recommend all of our families who have children participating in our DLM go on and look at it. They have practice testlets so you can see how they look. They have questions for parents. They have questions on how the essential elements align to our state standards and how we are training our teachers in order to administer this test in the best way possible to really ensure we're getting the understanding of our students. So this is our Marlboro data. Like I said, this is about 1% of our population that is able to take this test. Our in-district students, we had 28 total, take it in both ELA, math, and potentially science, depending on their grade level. We had 3 that took a hybrid. So they might have taken it, the DLM and ELA, but because of their placement and their levels, according to their child study team placements, they could take NJSLA for math or science. So we did have 3 that had a hybrid schedule, and then our out-of-district students, we also are required to report on them. We have 9 students that took this assessment as well. These are our demographics. As Mrs. Gross mentioned, the state requires that we do map it out based off of the criteria that's in Genesis. So this is just basic graphs so that you can kind of see the breakdown of the students that participated. Marlboro did a really great job. We had a bunch of students that came at target or at the advanced level that we were able to highlight for our families, but then also at the child study team, so that as we started off this school year, we can say they did a really great job in their state testing at the end of this year. Let's talk about this more. Let's see how they're doing in their classes as we start to go and approach IEP season, which tends to be in the spring. Because at the annual meeting, we want to have this information and we want to share how well they performed previously and how we can have a plan in assessing them moving forward. Did you have a question?
When do you get the results back on this?
Dr. Miskowitz, can you just put your microphone on?
It is. Oh, I'm sorry. It is. I just wasn't talking it. When do you get the results back for this versus, we know that
for the NJSLA, because it's such a smaller portion and a smaller number of participants. We receive a digital version of the results late August. We get a paper form that goes out to our families and a paper version goes into our student files early September, and we blast those out to our families with a cover letter explaining what they're receiving. But we do receive a digital version, probably I would say the last week of August is when it's posted.
It's still late.
Still pretty late. Aside from what I had already mentioned, Marlboro students did a really exceptional job. When we're looking as a special services lens, we're looking for our students in our self-contained classrooms that have the most significant needs to be at emerging, approaching, and at their targets. And we had a large number in that range. So that means it's an appropriate assessment for them. It remains to be an appropriate assessment for them. And we can continue that conversation with our families to further support them in their understanding of the state testing requirements. The students that are scored in the advanced level, like I had mentioned, that's where we really are revisiting if the accommodations on the NJSLA are enough so that we can give them a hybrid option, or if they're ready to just jump full into the NJSLA. Our plan for this year, we have our testing window has already been posted. It's going to be April 7th through May 30th. Like I said, we have an extended window to really allow for a lot of flexibility for those participating. Letters will be going out to families to prepare. The annual meetings might happen in the spring, but if they are already being mentioned by their child study team members that they might be candidates and they're meeting the criteria, we would like to give the families notification so that they can, wrap their head around understanding what state test their child will be expected to take. And any additional questions that any families might have, please don't hesitate to reach out to Special Services. I'm happy to go through each of the reports with them so that we can go over the criteria and how well their child did on their individual scores. Does anyone have any other questions?
I do. I have one. You mentioned about the out-of-district students, right? So just to be clear, they're taking it where they are, and then the results, though, are coming back and being included in our reporting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
Any other questions anybody has for Mrs. Mortar? Okay. Thank you so
very
much. Appreciate you sharing that. Good information. Thank you. Okay. Organization matters. Ashley.
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, attendance officer. I so move.
Do I have a second? Annette? Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Mrs. Bellomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. I just want to draw your attention to, we're coming up to financial and business operations matters. So board members, there's an addendum there for number 24. So whoever's reading it, I just wanted to let you know that that was there. So financial and business operations matters, Chad?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. Number 1, transfers. Number 2, list of bills. Number 3, secretary monthly reconciliation report. Number 4, travel. Number 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIB report. Number 6, acceptance of child assault prevention CAP grant for the 2024-2025 school year. Number 7, home instruction. Number 8, health and safety evaluation of school buildings checklist statement of assurance. Number 9, approval of 2024-2025 school year board goals. Number 2, approval of 2024-2025 school year district goals. Number 11, New Jersey State School Safety and Security Plan Annual Review Statement of Assurance. Number 12, Comprehensive Maintenance Plan and Form M1. Number 13, authorization for Marlboro Memorial Middle School and Marlboro Middle School to participate in Music Trip. Number 14, amendment resolution, approval of agreement, occupational therapy services. Number 15, memorandum of agreement, Marlboro Interservice Employee Association. Number 16, approval to operate emotional regulation impairment program. Number 17, amended resolution, out-of-district placements for the 2024-2025 school year. Number 18, further amended resolution, extension of contract with Pritchard Industries for Marlboro Township Board of Education custodial services. Sorry.
19's there at the bottom of 18.
Oh, I see it, I'm sorry. 19, non-public school request for technology purchase under the New Jersey Non-Public Technology Aid Program for the 2024-2025 school year. Number 20, non-public school request for security purchases under the Non-Public Security and Program for the 2024-2025 school year. 21, out-of-district placement for the 2024-2025 school year. 22, approval of employee-sponsored vision plan. 23, state contract purchases. Number 24, which is on the addendum number 1, resolution of the Board of Education of Marlboro Township School District in the County of Monmouth, New Jersey, authorizing submission of other capital project documents to the New Jersey Department of Education. I so move.
Thank you, Chad. We have a second? Michael? Any discussion? Roll call?
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes to all, abstain to number 4 on my own travel.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Curriculum matters, Aditi? Do you want me to ask someone else to read it? Okay.
Curriculum matters. 1, interscholastic athletic competitions, winter sports, 24-25 school year. I so move.
Thank you. We have a second? Annette. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Just in personnel matters for board members, you have an addendum there too. So number 40, you'll see the addition on your sheet of paper. I just want to make sure that I draw your attention to it. It should be there. Okay, so personnel matters, Michael?
Personnel matters. Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, retirement. 2, resignations. 3, employment, certificated staff. 4, employment, instructional assistant. 5, employment, school aide. 6, employment, bus driver. 7, movement guide. 8, amended hours and salaries, non-certificated staff. 9, transfer, amended hours and salary, non-certificated staff. 10, transfer reassignment, amended hours and salary, non-certificated staff. 11, transfers, non-certificated staff. 12, assistance after-school activities. 13, staff paid with IDEA funds. 14, IDEA coordinator. 15, curriculum Title I coordinator. 16, curriculum Title I building facilitators. 17, curriculum power coaches. 18, Curriculum Power Program Parent Academy Planning Committee. 19, Curriculum Reporting and Data Coordinators. 20, Curriculum Data and Technology Coordinator. 21, Curriculum LEAP Coaches. 22, Curriculum RISE Coaches. 23, Curriculum RISE Building Facilitators. 24, Curriculum ESL Family Literacy Program Coordinators. 25, Curriculum ESL Family Literacy Facilitators Curriculum Writing. 26, ESL Family Literacy Program Facilitators. 27, Curriculum Technology Coordinators. 28, Curriculum Coordinators ELA Math, Science, Social Studies. 29, Extracurricular Activities Advisor. 30, Amended Extracurricular Activities Advisor. 31, Stipend Mentor Teachers. 32, Student Practicum. 33, Substitute Teachers. 34, Substitute School Monitor. 35, Substitute Bus Drivers. 36, Substitute Bus Attendant. 37, Paid Medical Disability Leave. 38, Unpaid Leave of Absence. 39, Amended Resolution Leave Dates. And I have 40 on the addendum. Employment Maintenance Mechanic, I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Ashley? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petrino?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Mr. Balone, I think your retirement comments?
I do have retirement comments for Stephen Badrow. Steve Badrow joined the Marlboro Middle School Math Department in September of 2000. Initially, he held positions as a 6th grade and 7th grade math teacher. However, his niche is teaching students the basic skills of math, which led to his assignment as the BSI Math Innovations teacher. His careful planning and delivery of individualized instruction serves students well, leading to academic growth and confidence in being able to tackle the grade-level curriculum. He served as the facilitator for the Conflict Managers Program and has consistently supported the overall middle school program by attending events and offering his assistance. In 2001, the MEF sought to recognize staff through Teacher Tribute Program. Parents of a student recognized Mr. Badrow as a worthy recipient and honored him an outstanding teacher, mentor, and friend. Another parent, in recognition of Steve's dedication to teaching, wrote a letter to the superintendent. In the letter, she acknowledged Steve's patience, kindness, respect, and understanding. He would never leave a child behind, she added. Quote, he represents the spirit, character, and excellence in teaching. On a daily basis, he gently pushes the student to excel in class, end quote. These kind words speak to Steve's commitment to the profession. We are grateful that he chose Marlboro for his many years of service. He plans to travel with his wife, Haim, and spend time with his children, Serena, Matthew, and Mario. He's also looking forward to working in his greenhouse, gardening, and reading. We wish Steve good health and happy travels as he begins his retirement.
Thank you. Okay, policy development and community relations matters. Danielle?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, first reading, policy 3160, policy 4160, policy 5350, and policy 6620. And 2, second reading, policy 0155, and policy 5512. I so move.
Thank you. Have a second? Ashley? Any discussion? Roll call?
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Petrino?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
Mrs. McCormack?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mendez?
Yes. Okay, moving on to the liaison reports. Freehill Regional, Chad?
Yeah, I just have to pull it up on my phone. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to print it. But I have it ready.
Okay.
So this is from Freehold Regional. Let me say this is back in September. They swore in their newest member, Jennifer Coward from Howe. She's only going to serve the term that expires on 12/31/24. She's replacing Matt Parisi, who recently resigned. The district is going to be taking a much tougher stance on attendance. 25% of students are chronically absent, 10% of the school year, so that's 18 days or more. The administration is going to take a stronger stance on withholding credit from students going forward. There will be a particular emphasis on the freshman class. The new cell phone policy is going well. I think if you ask my kids, they would have a different opinion, but hey, whatever. Teachers and administrators are very happy with the ramifications, as they seem to be a lot less distractions and socializing during class, so that is fantastic. Those are the updates for Freehold.
Thank you, Chad. MEF, Annette?
I don't have an official statement or update from the MEF, but I have the email that everybody else received as well. They're having an autumn paint night on Thursday, October 24th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Marlboro High School. It is Paint a Fall Halloween-themed glass tumbler. It seems to be information here for registration, a scan to pay, and a sign-up QR code. So check your emails for the Autumn Paint Night fundraiser hosted by the MEF.
Thank you. Marlboro Township?
Marlboro Farmers Market. In the last few weeks of the regular season, Sundays from 9 to 1 p.m. through October. Save the date for November 24th, Holiday Market. They're having the Halloween Spooktacular. Friday, October 18th from 5:30 to 7:30. It's a free family event. Cupcake decorating at 5:30 while supplies last. And a Halloween parade and costume contest steps off at 7 p.m. Enjoy your DJ and Halloween carnival. Games all night long. Candy donations are appreciated. The Teen Advisory Committee. You have a Marlboro teen looking for ways to give back and earn community service hours. Join the Teen Advisory Committee. Save the date for the meeting on October 21st at 7:30 p.m. in the Town Hall courtroom. They will have a free drive-through rabies clinic. Will be held on Saturday, October 26th from 10 a.m. noon at the Marlboro Middle School on Route 520. No appointment is needed. Fall brush collection is underway by zone. The leaf collection will be scheduled when we see that the weather will, what the weather will bring. Do not place leaves curbside at this time. Loose leaves on the road block storm drains, exacerbate flooding, and are a danger to vehicles and pedestrians and blow back onto yours and your neighbors' lawns. The schedule will be sent via email and posted on the website when it's determined. Leaves are accepted at the recycling center throughout the year with no fee or permit. Information on these and other township programs can be found on the township website and by registering for town emails. Thank you.
Thank you. Monmouth County School Board, Aldo?
On October 1st, they had a hybrid meeting that was supposed to be at the Colts Neck Inn, but it was moved due to some issue with the location. I'm not sure what the location issue was. And then there was also, that was the Monmouth County, and we actually also ended up dropping into the Middlesex County School Board's meeting on Route 9 in Old Bridge for an seminar on AI last week, and I was accompanied by Valentina and Danielle. It was actually quite informative, and it was a good event. So I'm gonna keep an eye out for the next one, and I'll keep everyone posted.
Thank you. NJSBA, Danielle?
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the school updates. Asher, Aldo?
So thank you, Ms. Somi, for sending this over again. It's much appreciated. October is flying by at Asher. We kicked off the month with an amazing fall book fair thanks to our PTA. So many books were purchased by students and wish lists were fulfilled for our teachers. Thank you to everyone for their generosity and for supporting Asher's love for reading. Although respect is a focus every day at Asher, last week we participated in a District Spirit Week to drive that message home. And today we had an awesome BMX bike assembly to support our message of kindness and respect. Our newly appointed 5th grade student ambassadors had the opportunity to embark on their first classroom outreaches, and staff presented HIB policy refreshers to all students as an important reminder of our community expectations. Our theme of creating recipes for respect is displayed proudly in our main hallway for everyone to admire. We are looking forward to the best Halloween party in town, the annual PTA Monster Mash, scheduled for this Friday, as well as the annual Asher Turkey Trot, which kicks off our holiday food drive. Spooky Jim is scheduled for the last week of October, with a concluding Halloween parade on Thursday afternoon. We look forward to the PTA Theater Week and a mini golf extravaganza in the gym in November, before we all give thanks for being a part of a kind, respectful, and empathetic Asher cult community. So thanks again, Ms. Silmy, and the PTA for sending this over, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aldo. Abbott, Chad?
Yep, I just got to pull up my phone to read it. I apologize. So this is from Mr. Perno. A few things he wants to update us on. The Week of Respect with a series, they celebrated the Week of Respect with a series of theme days. The daily themes help students learn the importance of being kind, caring, treating others with respect, which is, I know, something he pulls through the entire year there. The Robertsville Fire Department came on October 10th to discuss fire safety with students. Their character program, Character Shines, recently kicked off. Students have been earning tickets for demonstrating Character Pillar of the Month. At the end of the month, they will have a drawing where students will be selected to win special prizes. For School Violence Awareness Week, students will be learning See Something, Say Something. Staff members at Abbott filmed a series of vignettes about different types of bullying and conflict. As students view them, teachers led a discussion about what to do if you witness an act of bullying or conflict. The PTO is hosting the Fall Bash on October 16th, which is tomorrow, and Pumpkin Patch on the 24th, which is next week. Finally, they have their annual Halloween parade scheduled, rightfully so, on October 31st. So thank you, Mr. Perno, for the update.
Thank you, Chad. Defino, Wadidi?
So I got this update from Dr. Stradek and Mrs. Nadell. We welcomed our staff back with a welcome luncheon and welcomed our families back with a family ice cream social. The PTO also held successful school supplies and spirit wear fundraisers in September, as well as kicked off their Route 9 shopper cards. The cards are still available and valid through the end of 2025. So parents, if you haven't ordered them, you can still do that. September also saw the conclusion of our Recess Refresh project from last year. Our incredible custodian, Ryan Thomas, with the support of the B&G group, finished the last of our 5 stencils for the blacktop. Our kids are enjoying all the new ways to play at recess. October is a very busy month. Our kindergarten families stocked the staff lounge with treats, and the PTO catered lunch for our staff for yesterday's pro day. We hosted our first school store and spirit day of the year. Last week was our Scholastic Book Fair, and the school also celebrated the Week of Respect. Tomorrow and Thursday, we are excited to welcome the Out of This World Planetarium program for all grades. Next week is our annual Halloween Spirit Week, and Friday the 25th is our one and only Monster Mash. Make sure to get your tickets ASAP. Sales close a week from today. Boograms are also on sale, just a few left. Make sure to order if you'd like a surprise for your student on Halloween. We will have our annual Halloween parade on October 31st. Our 4th grade students will also have an outside Halloween themed musical performance at the conclusion of the 3rd and 5th grade parade, led by our music teacher, Mrs. Krawicki. This is always one of the highlights of the year, and we're excited to welcome our Defino families for this special event. The PTO is looking forward to an exciting fall. I did want to also say that the book fair that they did, the Scholastic Book Fair, they had some really neat ideas. This year, that Trish implemented, which I thought was really cool. They did, they asked the principals and the favorite teacher, Mr. D, to kind of recommend some books. And they had that. They also gave an opportunity to the parents that are volunteering, I was one of them, to purchase a book for their classroom, so their teachers, which I thought was kind of really cool that they did that, because every year it's really just for kids to come in and purchase books. But this year, when they had nominations or recommendations from the principal, the vice principal, a few select teachers, I think that was really helpful. So that Trish did a really good job. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you for the update. Do again, Danielle, I know. No books, just pencils they want to buy.
Sorry.
Oh, go
Thank you,
ahead.
Robin, for writing this report for me. Our class parent program closed and is off to a successful start with over 140 applicants. We were able to fill all of our classes. Everyone had a wonderful time at the Back to School dance, September 20th. Thank you to everyone who attended and volunteered their time to make it so much fun for all of our Dugan families. Thank you to everyone who donated to the school supply drive. Items were donated to Children's Specialized Hospital. Picture Day will be this Thursday, October 17th. The trunk or treat will be on October 25th from 6 to 8 p.m. for current Dugan families. To register for the event, please see the e-blast sent on Sunday, October 13th. Registration is $25, and it is highly encouraged to register for the event. Cost will be $35 at the door without pre-registration. Registration for a trunk can also be done through the link found in this past Sunday's e-blast. Nut-free candy donations and novelties are being accepted for the trunk or treat. If interested in donating, a collection bin has been placed in the vestibule and will be there up until the day of the trunk or treat on October 25th. The spooky surprises for students are currently on sale until October 16th. Each spooky surprise will contain a Halloween-themed non-edible item and will be delivered in school the week of Halloween. The link to purchase can be found in this past Sunday's e-blast. Stock the Fridge for our Dugan staff is currently open. The link to sign up can be found in this Sunday's e-blast. This also has drop-off information as well. Dugan Makes a Difference is currently open to recognize a staff member whose hard work, dedication, and outstanding efforts have made a difference. Each staff member nominated will receive a personalized certificate and be featured on our bulletin board in the main hallway. Please see this past Sunday's e-blast for a link to nominations. Halloween class parties and the Halloween parade will be on October 31st. The time of the parade and additional information related to both will be emailed. Route 9 discount card should be returned to the school if not interested, or it could be purchased on PT board. The next school store and Spirit Day is October 25th. We were able to provide our teachers with a thank you on the morning after back to school night with a special bagel breakfast. Our book fair this year featured a book fair at night where our children were able to decorate a pumpkin like their favorite book character. They got to walk the green carpet where Mr. Pagliaro was able to interview each child on their character. It was a huge success. We saw over 60 families come out that night. Today we had a bike assembly to follow up for the Week of Respect, and class parties will be scheduled on the same day as the parade this year, the 31st. That is it.
Thank you, Danielle. Maurel, Sue?
There was a great turnout for our parent social, and everyone is looking forward to bringing in new ideas and getting more people involved. The Fit-a-thon fundraiser kickoff will begin on Thursday, October 17th, and run for 2 weeks. The entire school is looking forward to a great time at Boo Bash, which will be held on October 24th. The rain date for the Boo Bash is October 25th. The children are participating in a pumpkin contest where they will decorate their pumpkins to look like their favorite book character. That's right up my alley. Excitement is already warming up for an indoor movie night in November. Thank you to our beautification committee who planted mums and decorated the front of the school. One last big thank you to the committee for putting together an apple bar with muffins and apple cider as a fall-themed surprise for Morel's fabulous staff today. And it's still today.
Thank you. Robertsville, Ashley?
Okay. Hello, fall. September flew by. We ended our first month of school by hosting Black Belts America, which was a great way to emphasize our theme of the year, which is Robertsville Runs on Respect. October, we are ready for you. Last week, our school participated in the district-wide dress-up day, like Wacky Wednesday and Wear Your Favorite Jersey. Robertsville really knocks it out of the park. Tonight is our dine-out event. It's at McDonald's, so swing by if they're still open. Mention Robertsville, and the proceeds go back to the school, of course. It's also their first night of releasing the Halloween buckets, which is a huge hit, so get out there right now. Friendly reminder, tomorrow is our picture day, 10/16, so we're excited to see every kid with a big smile on their face. 10/18 is our pretzel snack sale. 10/25 starts our fall book fair. 10/24 is our Boo Bash. Tickets are still available on PT board until this Friday. Then you can no longer get them online, but you can purchase them at the door for an additional $5. 10/25, school store, don't forget to use your birthday vouchers. 10/26 is Stuff the Truck, our fall clothing drive. The truck will be open from 10 to 1 and volunteers are still needed. You can sign up online. 10/28 is our book club sign-ups. They will be released on that day. And of course, 10/31 is Halloween. So we have our Halloween parade, as well as our class parties. Look out for communication from the office for more information on that. And have a great October, everyone.
Thank you, Ashley. Old Middle, Michael?
From Principal Milwaukee, following on the month of respect, they had the week of respect, October 7th to 11th. Every day had a theme connected to respecting others, your school, and yourself. Students and peer-to-peer conflict managers and school staff award gotcha cards for observed random acts of kindness. Students who receive a gotcha card will have their names displayed on the bulletin board outside of student services. Students are also entered into a raffle to win a prize donated by the PTO. The SEL presentation this month by Dr. Sabo, the school psychologist, also focused on the pillar of respect. NJ School Violence Awareness Weeks, October 21st to 25th. Student representatives from peer-to-peer and conflict managers will lead morning announcements aligning with the pillar of respect. Songs aligning with the theme of kindness and respect will be played on the intercom speaker during morning arrival. Students will be asked to review and sign an anti-bullying pledge in their first period classes. 8th grade conflict managers will lead the first outreach titled Promoting Tolerance. This is pushed out to all 6th grade students. This month is kickoff with the Hawks, helping all with kindness and support. Leadership team open to all students in 6th to 8th grades who want to be involved. The first school safety climate team meeting will take place at the end of the month. Officer Kelly Drum from the Marlboro Township Police Department presented grade level assemblies. Last week focused on bias awareness training, and they're already thinking ahead to winter sports. The deadline to submit sports physicals is October 28th. From the PTO in Laura, MMS PTO hosted our first outdoor movie night on Thursday, October 10th. Admission was free. Students gathered in the courtyard and watched Inside Out 2 Under the Northern Lights. Annual walkathon, the biggest fundraiser of the year, will take place on Thursday, 10/17. Students go outside during their plus period and walk around the soccer and softball field, or they can participate in one of our fun stations. We have music, snacks, and drinks courtesy of the PTO. You can donate any dollar amount or even create a fundraising page on your walker by clicking on the link below and sharing with your friends and family. No amount is too big or too small. Please help us finish out the campaign strong. Thanks so much for all those who have already donated. Boograms are back by popular demand. Send your child a boogram this Halloween. Boograms are ghost cutouts that will be hung on your student's locker. Have a message that says you've been booed. Students will not know who has booed them unless the sender tells them. It'll be a fun surprise. Boograms are $4, include a silicone wristband, a Halloween-themed sticky pad, and airhead candy. Students will go to the homeroom teacher to pick up their goodies. Please visit MSPT board page for additional details and to order today. The Thanksgiving pie sale featured Remrock Orchards. We'll have 7 delicious options to choose from: apple crumb, pumpkin, blueberry crumb, peach, pecan, and cherry. We're also offering a pay-it-forward pie to local families in need. Please visit the MMSPT board page, additional details, and to place your orders. And last, the birthday lockergrams now for sale. Let us decorate your child's locker for their birthday. We will decorate the front of your child's locker with a happy birthday sign that includes their name and birthday, as well as some as 3D embellishments. And that's a lot.
A lot of good
All
stuff.
going on. All good stuff.
All good stuff. Thank you so much, Michael. And Marlboro Memorial, just concluded their Week of Respect, which included morning announcements and classroom visits from peer-to-peer students and conflict managers, Spirit Week classroom lessons, a Make a Difference contest, bias awareness training from Officer Kelly Drum, and the Caught Being Kind initiative. From the PTA, they have a fall clothing drive. It's 10/19, so that would be this weekend. Bring donations to Marlboro Memorial between 9 and 12:30. They're collecting gently used clothing, comforters, belts, shoes, stuffed animals, and even bikes. They're also collecting books. The physical paperwork for winter sports is due in the nurse's office by 10/28. Reach out to Mr. Osborne with questions. The book fair was a success last week, and the winter sports spirit wear are coming soon. They're hosting an event at Casola Farms this Friday, so the ticket sales have just closed and the kids can just come together. It is not a drop-off event, so parents should stay with their children. And collecting donations for Stack the Fridge for the staff. And thank you again, Officer Kelly Drum. I heard that your presentation was really impactful for the middle school students, so thank you for doing that for all our schools. Okay, scope, Aditi.
Scope is excited to kick off the school year with our first event. We will be hosting a fun and inclusive Halloween painting party at Around the Corner Art in their Freehold location. This event is open to all MTPS students, and there are still spots open, so please go to our website to buy tickets. And the website is scopemarlboro.ptboard.com. We're also looking forward to hosting a Dine to Donate at Shake Shack next Wednesday, October 23rd. 25% of all purchases will go back to Scope. Order out or dine in all day. Scope families will be there in our Halloween costumes starting at 6. And we ask that teachers look out for grant request forms from Scope to support students and inclusivity initiatives that will be coming out later this month. Thanks for your continued support.
Thank you. And CPAC, Dr. Miskowitz?
CPAC, Scope, and the Board of Education Special Education Committee members and Special Services met in a joint meeting on Tuesday, October 8th. The meeting discussed the roles of each organization, communication lines, and ways to work collaboratively. It was a very productive and clarifying meeting with many new ideas shared by you all. CPAC is hosting a free virtual webinar on Monday, October 21st at 7 p.m. related to ADHD and executive functioning. You may have received the flyer because it is a free webinar that it is open to anyone in the district, parents and teachers interested in attending. Please reach out to CPAC with any questions.
Thank you. And thanks everybody for the updates. Moving on to old business. Anybody have any old business they want to share? New business? Go ahead, Michael.
Hi. I spoke to Mr. Malone the other day because I looked at the superintendent's report, and I was looking at the page that says enrollment report as of October 2024. And at the bottom, you see the suspensions. And I looked and I saw, in one school we had 2 out-of-school suspensions, another one we had 10, and we had a Saturday suspension. But there's no details. We've asked for details on the HIBs. I think now that we have this year of respect, we really want to get a climate of what's going on in our district. I asked Mr. Malone if it's possible to get the same kind of details in these suspensions so we can see by month to month exactly what's happening in our building. Because if it's not a HIB, then it's a code of conduct. And these are just as important to me to know what's going on as the HIBs, and you can tell them.
Yeah, I agree. The more data we can have against that.
Yeah, just in addition, I have no problem doing that, and I can certainly prepare that. Just a noteworthy point. Sometimes HIBs also have code of conduct consequences as well, so they could be included. So I think what I'll do, in addition to giving you a little information on that, I'll also let you know if it was connected to an HIB, and that might give you a little more information. Of course, I can't use student names, but we'll certainly give you some information on that.
Perfect. Great suggestion, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for raising that. Anybody else have new business? Okay. Public comments. Ms. Jankowski.
I just wanted to thank Mr. G, the new principal at Robertsville. Great addition to the school, nice work. And I wanted to thank the Robertsville PTO. Ashley, spread the word. Personally, my family does not celebrate Halloween. And the PTO and Mr. G have been nice enough to listen to me and just get my perspective. And they have expanded the Boo Bash to a Fall Fest Boo Bash. So for the first time, my family can participate in the seasonal activity and spend time socializing with her classmates, meeting new families we haven't met. So Ashley and Mr. G, I am extremely grateful that you listened with an open heart, you took my family's perspective, and we're now included. So I'm deeply grateful. So please tell your fellow PTO members, it really means the world to my family. Thank you so very much.
You're very welcome. There's lots of fun activities besides the Boo Bashy part. Apple cider, pumpkin carving and stuff. So yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Motion to close public comments. Second, Annette. Okay. Any discussion? No? Okay. Public comments closed. Executive session resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exceptions prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing matters of attorney-client privilege, personnel matters, safety, and security. It is anticipated the length of the time of this executive session will be 45 minutes and that action will not be taken in public after the executive session. Be it further resolved that the minutes of the executive session will be released when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12 no longer applies. All in favor? Any opposed? Discussion? Okay. Meeting's closed. Thank you very much. Have a good night.